Yo, good morning, gamers and gardeners. Hello, Bluebird. Hi. Okay, so I'm just. Hiya, hello. Oh my gosh, I have the big eep. I'm really sorry. So I'm still kind of getting stream set up. And then there is one more dive. There is one more Midway shipwreck that I would like to look at with everybody, but I'm stinky and I didn't find it yesterday, so I gotta find the Vosh sleep. What's that? You're nothing. 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 Sleep. What's that? Nothing you're gonna know about for a while. Ignore the voices. Ignore the voices. That's normal. I usually ignore the voices in my head. Yeah, don't pay them any mind. Don't let the intrusive thoughts win. When they tell you that peanut butter and pickles is a good combination, they're lying. Yet orange persists! I usually ignore the voices in my head, yet orange persists! It's alright, I can see her too. It's like a 2-sentence short story, but it's just about Orange Cat. Sounds like a... Absolutely not. These quail are not hatching. I'm only dying a little bit. Voices in my head told me Pepsi and cheese is a good combo, and I agree. This is why you're an agent of chaos, eccentric Bluebird. You're always like, what have I ever done that's been chaotic? It's that. Exhibit A, right there. Caught in 4K. Caught in 250 bytes per second. Which reminds me, I should unnerf my bitrate since I'm only streaming to 2 places. Scarecrow is reading calibrate. Everybody sit up straight. Stretch it out. Let's go. Alright, stretch those fingies out. Wow. And stretch. And stretch. And reach. And reach. And flex. If you are sitting on your legs, stretch them leggies out. Stretch them leggies out. Consider standing up and doing some excited little duck steppies. There we go, do them duck steppies. Let's go, get that blood flowing. Wah! And when you are all stretched out, remember to dab. Alright. Gail, hiya, hello! I was doing something and then I had to calibrate. Now I don't remember what I was doing. Oh, I was putting my live notifications in Discord. I should probably also I should say that I'm live on Facebook. The Facebook. Tell the grandmas that I'm live. I should only, what do you call them posts on Facebook? I should only make Facebook posts about unhinged conspiracy theories. That's what Facebook is for, right? I want to put background music on, but I don't want my VOD to get muted. I don't want to mute the VOD. I guess I could probably do the Genshin lo-fi. Or I could just make you guys suffer in silence. That's also valid. I could do that. Kaya getting discovered by knitting group populated by 50 to 70-year-old women creating a whole external community. You know what? I would be down. I would be down. Teach me to knit. Teach me your Sorry, I'm immediately distracted by I got into Discord to announce that I'm going live, and Brick Muppet, who is a Tuber, another kind of VTuber, was also doing multi-streaming using a different setup. He's using restream.io. And I guess it worked really well. There was no like bitrate issue. We're learning. We're learning about streaming. I'm definitely not getting distracted by my own Discord. Hold on, where's my stream announcements? This is my Discord. I should know this. I'm just gonna announce it in like the public. Here we go. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Alright. There we go. Commission them to knit you little sweaters for the quail babies. Yes! Yes, little quail sweaters. Be very good. Oh man, quail are so cute. Cool. Bird prom where they're hooking up. And they've gotta be separated into pairs is a little bit annoying. I didn't know that was gonna happen. So cute, so stupid. They're very dumb. Oh my god, they're very dumb. Would not be surprised if they managed to eat the sweaters. So, one, they will do stuff like that, but I think their reputation for it in my community is exacerbated by the fact that Dorn exists. Dorn being one of the quail. And she just eats anything and everything. Like, it's kind of a concerning problem. It's kind of a problem. I feel like she's just super trusting, so she's just like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is in my space, so clearly it is safe to eat. It would not be in my space if it were not for delicious consumption. Oh man, Facebook's trying to get me to create an event and I accidentally clicked, no, leave page, heck off. I'm still hopeful Dorn and Green have a very chaotic, brave child. I am also hopeful. So, I anticipated that Theta, they have, that's the designation for the egg. It's not a name. It'll be a name if it hatches. Theta was supposed to hatch yesterday and Theta hasn't hatched. So this could mean a lot of things. It could mean that Theta's just taken a little bit longer in the oven. It could mean it could mean they call them quitters. It could mean that Theta's just decided not to hatch. Theta was just like, nah. And that happens sometimes. But personally, I'm hopeful. Here's your problem. You put the quail in the oven. I put the quail in the incubator at 99.5 and like 50 degrees humidity for 21 days, and then opened the vent and cranked the humidity to 70 for the last 4 days? 5 days? Theta, I do not vibe with this world. Yeah, Theta's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. We're not gonna do that. Pardon. Oh my gosh, big yawns. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing today? It is Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. It's sort of a coin toss as to whether or not I celebrate most holidays. But because we discovered the VODs for the Rex at Midway, it just sort of makes sense to do at least one dive there. Again, not live. The exploration will not be live, although Nautilus has begun streaming. I'm not a holiday person, but I'm not complaining about a free day off person. Yeah. Enjoy your time off. Oh, so this is here. Let me put up what Nautilus's current live feed is, because it's actually pretty cool. I wonder if they're gonna go live. If they're I want to say they're not doing a live dive until tomorrow. I might be wrong though. And before this turns into an actual live dive. No, that's the wrong window. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, ow. Wow, 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 wow. But yeah, this is being broadcast live. So this is camera 3. You guys are gonna see my cringe YouTube recommendations. Let's go over to Nautilus. And let's look at their live. So when we're watching the dives, sometimes they'll talk about, you can check channel 2 or channel 1 to see certain views. So this is channel 1. And they are deep sea mapping. They are generating high quality maps of the ocean floor. So really, this is what I think the main part of the expedition is. The live dives are really just kind of a cherry on top of that. Oh my god, you can see their desktop in the background. They've just got this open. Yeah, are they just that means they're not window capturing, they're screen capturing, a risky endeavor. Well, yeah, you can see them generating maps of the ocean floor. This actually looks like it might be... Okay, no, it's moving. Have they stopped? Are they lingering over this point for a reason? Because usually it's just like zoom. Just zoom. That just goes. I wonder if they are gonna do a dive. I should probably check their Twitter or something. And here's channel 2. And this is just more diving. So I think this just indicates areas that are mapped and areas that are not. I don't think this is... Zoom! It's a technical word. Yeah, just like the slurp gun. The slurp gun is the technical term for the suction hose on the ROV. Oh, the voice is in my head! Oh no! Orange is here! Ah. Don't worry, Bluebird. I see her too. Also, you were saying something about spicy. I'm so sorry. I'm not even doing anything, and I'm being terrible about keeping up with chat. Oh! That wasn't me! They just tapped out! Oh gosh, I wonder if they are getting ready to do a dive. Bluebird says, look, just because I make spicy question or sandy does not mean I'm chaotic. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what that means. What? Yeah, desktop reveal. It wasn't even my desktop. Scientist desktop reveal. I am the only normal person here. It's true though, it's true. Normally the joke is that the person who's saying that is the most abnormal, but no. Orange is incredibly normal. For the most part. Sometimes. Scientists are doxed! Haha, we have their exact location. We have their exact location in the middle of the ocean. Now we've got them. Ah. Okay, there's no one on deck, and it looks like this is Hercules is still in baby robot jail. You can see the door is closed back there. So they're probably not rolling them out anytime soon. Also, Will, welcome! Will, you stinky liar on Twitter saying that you don't make any content. You have like 3 YouTube channels. I'm gonna bully you. I'm gonna put you in the ocean. Take that! Duck, freedom follow, hello. Hercules is still training with Phil. Yeah. Fight me, nerd. Try it. I won't even fight back. People are just gonna walk into me just like rolling you like an alligator and be like, oh my gosh, Hi is so violent. What's happening? Well, let me turn off this window and we will, I think, oh my gosh, where's their VOD channel? I will SM64 Will into the bathtub. According to Play, it was all according to Keikaku. Will is just trying to make me look like the villain. I'm completely innocent, everyone. I've never done a questionable thing in my life. It's true. I'm 100% innocent. I really don't have to try very hard. Go to the clips. No, don't go to the clips. Oh, if I wasn't so heckin' stinky, I would know what playlist I'm supposed to be in. Hold on. We're looking at NA 154 for playlists. Innocent Hyatt playing Callisto Protocol. Look, it was self-defense. I didn't have any choice but to stomp them. Definitely don't watch Dead Space 2 where I ask things like, am I really stomping these orphans? Don't do that. Okay, so... Basically what I'm doing is I'm looking at a list of... Okay, so this is interesting, but I don't know what it is. I wanna go... Tree of 13? What is this?
And just to clarify, Mike, is the gun tub, is that structured to hold up the gun? Does it also...
No, I'm not speculating where we are, just that heading, if we go that way, it's that.
I'm pretty sure this is what we want. Cobalt, hello! Hi everyone, hope everyone is doing well today. Yes. You know you're running the pockets for cash and ammo. Well, look who it is. It's Cobalt. It's Cobalt and Eccentric, and now I can't tell who's who. Hey, Cobalt is trying to surpass you on the rival list. Get him. I'm gonna give his little ears little ruffles. Cobalt's a cat sometimes, right? Cobalt, you get the ear ruffles. I'm gonna squish your little hands, your little beans. Is this bullying? Is this too bully? I can do this to Spicy, but I kind of harass Spicy, so it's known. That sounds adorable? Okay, good. I don't have to go to a sensitivity training. It's the glasses, for real. That seems kind of bully. Oh no! Alright, okay. I think I have the video we're gonna watch. I think this is us. Spicy baits you, so it's okay. Spicy's like, bully me, you won't. I'm like, okay, time to lock in, I guess. Time to heckin' lock in on that spicy cat. Ah! I want Spicy to bait me. This delicious spicy bait. Okay, let me edit this. What kind of space does what kind of bait does Spicy reel in? What kind of bait? Wait, this is an actual fishing question. There's fly fishing, right? Where you tie decorative flies to imitate various insects. What other kind of bait is there? I guess some people use Jello. They make cursed packed bait with Jello. Really smelly stuff is good for bait. Bass. I'm still waking up, guys. I mean, just because we're both rivals with Will, Haya, doesn't mean we have to be rivals with each other. Obviously, Will is... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We gotta team up against Will. Will's like rivals, fight amongst each other. Like, no, it's not how this works. We're gonna get you, Will. We're gonna get you to 500 followers on twitch.tv.com on the internet. This is backfiring very quickly. I'm not sure where I went wrong. Oh, which reminds me, I need stream avatars. Hold on. I need stream avatars. You guys gotta be little fishies. Also, Long Winter, which is a game that is like a combination of Animal Crossing and Rust, is on sale for like $11. I kind of want to put the server up for like a couple days and see what it's like. But also, I should probably just focus on... yeah, Zomblade. Which reminds me, Midnight, I gotta get you the login credentials. I'm so sorry. I'm uber stinky. I'm even stinkier than Will, which shouldn't be physically possible. Stream avatars. Here we go. Yeah. I will send you the logins on Discord. I usually, like, I worry it's intimidating for people I invite in. Because it's like, here's the login deets. Here's, like, a small, like, booklet on, on how the server runs. And I feel like it's super intimidating. But I mean, it's basically like, don't mess with people's cars. People live in buses, so don't move people's buses because we try to treat them like houses. And you wouldn't want somebody moving your base. And then just like, don't do anything that would break TOS, basically. It's okay, there's a legendary bald man to help me out. It's true! You wouldn't download a bus. You can download the bus, you just can't move the bus. Bus housing is hyper efficient and the superior way to live. Bus housing is genuinely a solid strat. So we have I used to say the Zomblade server was heavily modded, and then I found out there are servers out there with like literally like in excess of 1,000 mods. And ours is not that heavily modded. Ours has, I think, 120, a little bit more than 120. I don't think we're at 130 yet. We had to rip some out. 1,000 Zomboids. Yeah, it's crazy. Those are usually like really big communities though. Your server is lightly modded. Apparently 120 something mods is lightly modded. Buses with sirens are the best, by the way. Yeah, you can use the sirens to draw the horde. Which is actually really helpful if you're in a group and you're trying to redirect the horde. Or if you just want to identify as a problem. Good morning! Hello on YouTube, welcome. I'm getting stream set up still. I apologize, it's just a very sleepy morning. Wow. I didn't hear the last part, must not have been important. About identifying as a problem? No, eccentric bluebird, you would never identify as a problem. There you go. Yeah, Logwinter is 40% off. Logwinter, like I said, it's like Animal Crossing meets Rust. I'm surprised it's not more popular. I had a server for it at one point, but I couldn't figure out how to toggle off decay because I'm dumb and stinky and I'd never run a server before, so everyone's house despawned and that kind of killed the server. That kind of killed the server. Normally I wouldn't ask people to pay like $10 for a game though, but I think some people already have it. Did you figure it out? No, we'll do it. We'll do it again. I'll mess it up again. Let's go. I am better at running servers now, though. Granted, the operator, another VTuber, mostly runs the back end, but I am capable of doing it. It just helps to have another person. Because we have 120 something mods, and when one of them breaks, it's a nightmare. I feel like I only have time for Zomblade. It is intense. Zomblade is a lot. Says Orange, you carries title of cute. It's true. Orange, cute. Imitation Orange, more like a cutie. I can't deliver enough amps through shore power to live in a van. Oh, okay. Alright. The server literally fixes itself when operator gets in. You know what? It's happened twice now, where I will be like chugging through the back end, looking at like the console, putting stuff out, shoving stuff in, doing a restart, and the server won't restart, and then operator ends his stream and gets on, and the server's like, "I'm fine now." Like, you little butt. No. Alright, I guess that's good. I don't need this title to be like really long or anything. Alright, we have changed our title. Let me change it in Twitch. Which means I need to change my category. I am trying to be more on top of it in terms of my streams. Like just making sure that things are ready to roll. That's my computer, not yours. So thank you everyone for being patient with this. The scuff is traditional. The scuff is traditional, guys. And then what? I want to be on this video. So I'm not 100% sure which ship this will be. I think this is the Akage. I don't fight. If I don't fight it, the power falls to me. I'm glad that moment got turned around on Orange. Oh no! Add me as a server tech and I will make it bend to our... I'm afraid. I would be scared to add Orange as a server tech. Also, I can't pay any of you. I made other people admins, kind of figuring, like... Okay, Operator started out as an admin because it was a joint thing. It was a joint server. He wanted a Zomblade server, and I wanted to do, like, rotating monthly community servers where we try out a game for, like, a month or two. As, like, a community. So it's like, alright, I have the numbers, he has the know-how, let's kind of mash it together. And then the server ran for, like, in excess of 2 years now. It was a lot more popular than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah. But yeah, I kind of figured that there would be content being made. It was just, but then I feel like he's just suffering. I don't know, I feel bad about the servers sometimes. I've hosted dedicated servers on ancient computers that would reset for no reason in the middle of the night. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Okay, anyway, enough about the Project Zomblade server. Although I should get in there and mess around with it later. And by that I mean be neurodivergent about sorting our loot. For now, welcome to Good Morning Gamers and Gardeners. We're exploring wrecks from the Battle of Midway. We've previously dived the 401 and the 201 Japanese submarines, which were scuttled after the war. We have also dived on the Yorktown. These are not live. Liar! Thank you for the cookie. I need the energy. I'm not sure which ship this is exactly because I'm a stinky little idiot and didn't do my homework over the weekend. So we need to open this stream with the Sabaton song in Midway. No, because I'm trying not to get copyright struck. But you should absolutely go listen to that. You should absolutely go listen to that. Yeah.
Field.
Okay, sorry.
But there,
Oh, let's
my
back it
guess
up a
is that
little. So this is not live.
It appears to.
We did see some live Nautilus footage earlier. They might be doing a live dive later. I should go check that on Twitter. I'll get this video going and then I'll go check it on Twitter. But yeah, this is not live, this is a VOD. So we can pause it and skip around as we need. And we'll probably skip around a lot. This dive has 13 videos, they're 2 hours each. But yeah. I'm only here for 6 hours. And honestly, I might take a break. We might do 3 hours of this, maybe 4. And then I might play a game because, my brain starts to melt after doing any one thing for 6 hours. Especially if that thing is attempt to be a somber guide through what is basically an underwater, graveyard. It's really heavy. I need escapism after that. What you need is Necrogoblicon? Yes. Not live? Don't know how you lied earlier on Twitter already. I don't know if I can trust you. You can't trust me. You should not trust the anime girls in your computer. Can you trust me because I'm telling you not to trust me? Also no. This is the conundrum you must live with now. Are anime girls in my head safe to trust? Absolutely, you should do whatever they say. Anyway, I'm hitting play.
Ship?
Here we go.
I think so. I think I saw the original capacity was something like 66 aircraft, but that was expanded to maybe 86. But I don't know. Professor Kimura,
GMT Free Metal Band.
do you know
Got it,
about
thank you.
additional capacity for carrier like Akagi?
So yeah, let me look some stuff up real quick, so I can be a proper guide. Oh, I should also adjust my bitrate. Sorry, guys.
It appears to be. Seabed.
Is there any chance of finding aircraft within the carrier or nearby? Were the aircraft deployed already? All deployed?
there were aircraft still on board. Some of them had deployed, and they were getting other ones ready to deploy when the bomb hit. My guess is that a lot of these were thrown overboard when the bomb hit, which is not the place where the ship sank, because it drifted overnight before they scuttled it. So there is a chance that there were aircraft in the hangar decks that went down with the ship, and that's one of the reasons we're going to be looking at the debris field.
Pausing just real quick. 1, that's really cool. There we might see aircraft. 2, Bluebird is asking, was this Midway sunk in World War II or later? Midway carriers have been in use for a long time. This is sunk in World War II. This was, I think, from a particular set of skirmishes.
But my guess is that any that were on the flight deck are probably on the seabed where it was bombed, not at this current place.
So now that we've stepped away, Atalanta altimeter is 36, 38 meters off the seabed. And so that first altitude reading was likely above the wreck itself, somewhere pinging off the wreck itself. So I've just increased the range on the sonar to 150 meters, and we should get kind of an overall view here of the length of the wreck.
Maybe they're over here looking this way. I don't know.
What?
And good orientation on Atalanta's current heading is 110. So we're
I'm trying to
pretty
find the
much
dates that they
perpendicular
dive the
to it.
Akagi. Midway carriers
So
began.
110 plus or minus 90.
Oh, Orange would probably know better than I would.
It's gonna
Orange
be
would
your,
probably know better than I would, honestly. I'm stinky.
Remember, I failed horribly at math, so that's why you're here. Whatever those, yeah. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm gonna drop us down a bit. You all right with
So
that,
this
Mike?
actually might be the Kaga?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, coming down.
Still be the location of the Battle of Midway. Okay.
We should be able to get some
Yeah,
better
sorry
images
chat,
here
I'm
as I
kinda
drop down.
dumb.
I'm gonna tilt the camera up a little, but I'll drop
I
down
don't know
first
what
just
chat
to,
says or what's happening in the, on the... streams.
Okay, wreck
directly
back in
below
sight.
us.
Squad leader, hello.
Oh wow.
We're still
Will, have a good one. Thank you for
really close
coming.
to the edge of that sonar image, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna just come down.
Oh,
this
guys,
little
yeah,
bit.
it just rose up out of the shadows there. So I believe we are with both Hercules and Atalanta today. Hands high, a peach flavored. Let's go. Hi, no dumb. Hi, cute. I can be both. I can be dumb and cute. That's what the quail do. Well, hello, welcome.
So we're still looking pretty much straight
I am
down
only
with
dumb.
that
Lies, you
Atalanta.
are also cute.
Okay.
But yeah, look
There's
at
a
that.
gun tub.
It looks like there's a gun tub on the top right.
Okay,
So
let me
that's
get this out of the way.
we might be in here. If we are where I think we might be, that means that the smokestack's going to be to our right and pretty close to us. But that's going to be coming out from the flight deck.
Hi, in chat. Hope
just
you're all
something to
having
watch to the right
a nice
for if
extended
we go that
weekend.
way.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Roger.
Switch back to sector mode on our sonar here, and
Oh,
I think we might still be a little close, but it's 25 meters altitude below me here, so drop down a little more. And I don't see anything directly below us. We're just kind of close to the edge here, so I'll drop down a few more meters and then we'll tilt up and look around.
Okay. Roger.
Brimming, hello. Doing chats, yes. We're saying hi to watch 2 chat windows, yes. I feel so bad. I reviewed my VODs and I missed so many
question
chats
from our
from the
audience.
Dead Space
Maybe
stream.
perhaps our ROV intern could answer. Can you explain how Atalanta moves? Does it have thrusters? In which directions can it move?
Oh, so we might only have Atalanta again today.
Yeah, for sure. So Atalanta does have thrusters. We keep on a auto heading to kind of keep us steady. So as you can tell, we're through the camera. We're seeing it's kind of seeing one place. If we turn off auto heading, we could kind of be spinning all over the place. And we'd have to manually
Just need 6 more monitors. It's
use our
true.
thrusters to keep us in place. So that's why we keep auto heading on. And with that, we can turn any way we want, from 10 degrees or however degrees we want to see, depending on what the archaeologists want to see. And with the camera, we have a up and down function. We have a tilt, so that will kind of like right now we're tilting up, but we're bouncing up and down with the cable right now.
Yeah, so
yeah,
Atalanta is
that's
tethered to the boat, and
how we
the
use
umbilical
Atalanta.
is.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. We had a lot of questions about how Atalanta moves.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, that's the camera at 45 there. I'm gonna come up just a little bit. So
Next
we
dive
can,
will
Yeah, that's
be
helpful.
only
It's
have
a
a
lot better
GoPro on a
visibility than
string
we
pulled
when
by
you
a
looked at it earlier.
paddle boat. Yes.
Yeah, the lighting there though.
Yeah.
If I tilt down just a little bit more and come up, we'll be able to see further.
Is the umbilical doing jazz hands? The ocean is doing jazz
I think we
hands.
might
And
still
as a
be
result,
little close
the
to
ship
it
is
to move,
bouncing. And thus, Atalanta is
down
also
there.
bouncing.
Seems like we might be able to look at the top of the wreck and the mud line at the same time. It seems pretty buried here as well. I'd say up past the water line.
I'm still 20 meters. I'm still at 20 meters under Atalanta, so. And I'm concerned if I come down there that
Bottom out.
we'll start stirring up the sediment.
Yeah, fair point.
We might step away a little. So we're heaving up and down just a little bit more than yesterday, maybe a couple meters.
Yeah.
That's right around 22 meters there off the seabed. I can look around here if you want, Mike, left or right.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to move to our, well, is that a different one or we to move past it?
That's a different tub.
Sorry, I looked to the left there.
No, you're good. That actually helps me quite a bit. I think I know where we are,
So
unless we're on the other side of the wreck. But I think otherwise I know where we
Yeah.
are. If we could move actually to the right, I think we're going to see the smokestack coming out if it's still there.
Yeah.
And that could be an important diagnostic feature.
Yeah.
So there's a tub to the left and a tub to the right of us.
Yeah, and that's really helping me because I think these are the gun tubs that Russ was talking about.
So they likely have diagrams or photos, possibly like
Might
both.
be one of the
So they're trying to cross-reference those to see where they're at on the ship.
Actually,
Lewis, hello. I'm not sure which ship we're on right
I don't think
now.
it's the 20 centimeter.
Yeah, I'm changing my opinion actually.
I believe this is one of the Japanese
stack
aircraft
actually the
carriers,
other
but I'm
direction.
not sure.
If we're here.
I didn't do my homework this weekend, so we're discovering it together. I'm hoping they'll do one of
Yeah, I
their
would
like.
agree with Hans. I think these are more likely anti-aircraft guns than the case-mated
Yeah, so
8-inchers.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. That actually gives us two options because there were those kind of aft, and there are also those forward of the stack. So we're getting there. We're narrowing down the places we could be.
It'll be good to
So
get a
they've
closer
just dropped
look
down?
at this gun tub. Because it's
And they're
not
trying
a
to figure
20
out where they're
millimeter
at on the ship,
case-made
like
gun.
location
I think it's
wise.
either 12.7 centimeter
No,
Type
well,
89 or a Type
we're in a-
96 25 millimeter.
sorry,
Hey, were you
Hans,
just
we're in
like,
a
screw
good
it, we're
spot
doing
to
it
zoom
live?
in there
Literally,
if you would
yes.
I would
Yes, please.
love it.
like. Okay, Jenna, it's all you.
So I think again we only have Atalanta, so we're still
If you could get
dealing
the
with
ship
that
to stop bouncing for a minute, that'd be
yeah,
great.
the bouncing. We're gonna feel so spoiled when we go back to watching video that has Herc that's actually like a steady camera.
Shoreside, do you think that's a Type 96?
Spicy, hello. Spicy, stop eating orange.
I haven't seen any circular gun tubs on this plan yet. They've all been semicircular. No, those are too big.
I think in plan view this might
Yeah,
be
maybe.
semicircular because the other half would be covered by the deck.
Well, not this.
Oh, right. Not that.
Chuck Spicy into the ocean?
We'll see.
You've got better pictures, Mike.
Yeah, well, these are in that 3D reconstruction book, so maybe someone got something wrong. Or we're just not where I think we are yet. Oh, no, that's not right.
There she goes. There Spicy goes through the ocean.
I mean, these are circular.
So
The
I want to
12
jump us
centimeter
ahead.
guns?
I want to jump us ahead, but I'm hoping they're going to say the name of the ship they're trying to
Watching these are
identify.
Space Mates.
Yeah,
These are the 20 centimeters.
but they could be gone. Oh, no, that's not right.
Oh gosh, pardon me. Ah.
Well, we'll probably see more of these. I think there were 8 twin 12.7 centimeter anti-aircraft guns distributed around the ship.
Yeah, they were on stands like this.
We're basically in the middle of the wreck, so you can flip a coin and go one way or the other. Or go with your gut, Mike.
Oh, the video end. Alright, you know what? I am going to skip us ahead a little.
Is that right?
Oh.
I think so.
Oh?
This is Mike.
No, I'm not speculating where we are, just...
I'm skipping ahead.
And Kagi had...
I also might need to step away. The quail are chirping. They're chirping. It's not alert chirps, like they're not under attack, but it's pretty consistent. I think it's Nugget. I think Nugget's lonely.
A central column, almost like a toadstool. So if we have when we ever have an opportunity to get lower, we might be able to see that feature.
Yeah, while we're doing the ship move, are you guys comfortable dropping down a meter or two?
Certainly.
Taking a look at the underside of this gun mount?
I backed this back up because they said a ship name, and I want to know if they were talking about this ship or if they were just referencing it.
While I do that.
Yep.
In the meantime, I don't know how deep we are. Gosh, probably pretty deep.
In answer
Oh,
to your
Skyrose, hello,
question,
by the way. I don't know if I said
and,
hi.
Kagi had 4 steam turbine sets, and they were powered by 19 boilers.
19.
So I
That's
think this
random.
is the Akagi.
The vessel could make a speed of about 32 knots.
You're really quiet, Hans.
Sorry.
The Agent had
Flying
4
speed was
fleet
about
carriers
32
at Midway.
knots for the vessel.
Akagi,
Thank you, that's
Kaga,
much better.
along with Hiryu and Soryu. Yeah, this is either the Akagi or the Kaga. I don't know which one. It's one of those two, though. They explored both.
I was trying to think of an analogy last night to help viewers
I think this is
understand
the
how long
Akagi.
it takes for Atalanta to move as we put into movement. And I was thinking of if you ever go to those gyms and you see those big ropes that people manipulate on the floor, and they kind of
Yeah, they like
make that wave pattern towards the end, and it takes a while. So we have a 5,345 meter cable. So if you think about how, you know, it takes a while for that movement to go through that rope or cable, that's what's happening as we call in a movement for the ship, and the ship moves, and then after some time, Atalanta will follow.
Thanks for that great analogy, Mia.
On a previous dive, I think they said it was like a minute per 1,000 meters. So like the ship moves,
I never go to the
and then
gym.
5 minutes later, Atalanta moves.
I'm always mapping. Don't have time.
I'm just, I think we're just a little bit close for comfort to drop below that tub.
Yeah, roger that.
Yeah, that's a...
There'll be other ones we can check out to get the mount.
That's so cool though. I'm so like focused on trying to hear like the name or thinking if I need to jump forward that I'm not appreciating.
And just to
Look at
clarify
how
if
cool
I'm
that
understanding
is.
this right, Mia, basically the ship has to move a little bit to move Atalanta over to where we want to see the wreck. Atalanta does have some ability to kind of move itself with its thrusters a little bit in that area, but if we really want to change its position more broadly on the wreck, we need the ship to move. Is that correct?
Correct.
Like different scales
Yeah,
of movement?
Yeah, so correct. So the first movement we called when we were down here, we just moved 10 meters, and that took about, I don't know, I think it was 10 minutes. And then a little bit, I should have written down the time, but I put in a call for 30 meters at 200-degree bearing. So we're heading towards the right.
Yeah.
As we're looking at it. And so that takes time. So you can see the time it took to step the 10 meters. So now it's
looks
30.
like a twin,
it's going to be a little bit longer.
25mm, yeah. Like
but
that's a big
a little
gun.
bit with the thrusters, and he's able
I know
to move
scale
the
is
camera
hard.
around or up and down a bit. So that's how he's able to look as we're going along to manipulate those small movements. But in order to move over quite more, it takes a while. And then, of course, you know, I think when we were on the Yorktown, we overshot a little bit when we were trying to get around the stern, and that took a long time for us to get back. So it's a really, really patient, delicate dance.
Wow. Thank you and the team for coordinating that.
I think the important difference is rather than having a two-vehicle system with Atalanta as the down sled or tow sled and the more free-swimming ROV like Hercules, which is very maneuverable, we have Atalanta on the end of a very long cable, somewhat more like a pendulum. So there's a limited ability for Atalanta to maneuver and to turn, but to transit and to get around the wreck site, that means the ship moves from the surface and 5,300 meters of cable need to slowly pull it along, hence the caution.
Okay, I'm 5 meters away from the tub, as you can see.
I think those are rusticles.
Good image
like
of it,
the rust kind of like coming down.
Nautilus shoreside.
Yep. Go ahead, Jim.
We have an observation. Go ahead, Frank.
The gun we were looking at, kind of looking at the force of the explosion and fire and all that from the damage. It appears that gun has been blown backwards and it's been flipped over because you can see that kind of tooth structure.
Scotty, thank you for the support. Thank you for
the training mechanism. It should.
The 22 months. Let's go.
It should be.
Please enjoy your emotes.
On the other side, or
Brick Muppet, I'm pretty sure it's Atalanta. Let me double check.
Right, that's what it looked like. It was unshipped from the gun mount.
Yeah, yeah.
From the force of that explosion was, that's a tell of that.
Blew it over backwards. Wow. Yeah. So Nautilus, what we're also trying to assess is whether, which side of the ship you're on.
Yeah.
So you may, if you are on port side in the direction you're heading, you should
what'll be interesting to see is if you encounter a second tub.
Well, so we came down in the middle between two tubs.
That's right.
Yeah.
So if you don't find another tub, you're either forward or aft, depending on which side.
Oh man, they changed their website. I can't find
Yeah, we're either going to find another tub or we're going to find the stack.
So they're still trying to figure out where they're at
Going
exactly on the ship, which I do believe is the Akagi.
I think that's the flight deck there, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at Atalanta.
Did they also have a wooden
that's
flight
the
deck
tow sled.
over top of metal?
Oh, cool! Thank you. Let's go.
I'm not sure what type of wood the Japanese used on their flight decks. Kaga actually had Kaga Consort actually had a metal plate.
Wait, it wasn't subbed? How will I survive under the sea then? Yeah. Better get in the sub. Better.
Akagi did not.
Akafume or June or Randy, could you help us with that question? Do we know what type of wood was covering these decks?
Wordming, wait, no, wait. Wait, no, how many was that? Okay, Wordming, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Insane Kuma, R. Lewis 88, Roman 89, Lala-chan, Survivor Frederick, Kate Shining Deer, Swarm of Weasel, a swarm of weasels got it. Let's go. They're all gonna have to cram. Just a swarm of weasels is gonna have to cram into the sub. Chocolate Ito Disco, Gail Kronos, Lord Caven, Skybreath. Hey, it's Nova. Oh, Novaban got one. Good. Squad leader, Iceman Dan 21, Freedom Fallout, Tama Gorols. Oh, Moles Moore is the artist at Liar Lakes. King Dragon 400, Liar Art, and Midnight. Please enjoy. Boardming, thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your support. Get nifted now.
It's something in the historical.
It's going to lift up a bit here, Mike. There's
The honking on the deck
As always,
ranged
please
fore
make
and
sure
aft,
you're taken care of
whereas it was the
first.
four chips on the American vessel.
Sorry, Russ, you broke up there. Could you repeat that?
Just saying that something I'd noticed, certainly in the archival photos for Akagi, is that the wood on the flight deck, the planking was arranged fore and aft rather than thwart ships like on the American carriers.
I believe, Brick Muppet, I believe this is the Akagi.
Oh, you mean
I'm not
running
100% sure.
Horizontal?
Let's jump ahead.
Like lengthways
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the deck. I thought the U.S. carriers was also lengthways.
So I come up 10 meters, Mike, and I still get a pretty good sonar target there, 30 meters away.
Yeah, that's probably the stack.
The other side of the ship. Yeah.
The island?
Yeah, sorry, yes, the island.
Let's stop. Let's go there. Brick Muppet, no, what? Boardming, thank you again. As always, please make sure you're taken care of first. Yeah, everyone, please enjoy your emotes. Flola, yes. Oh, there we go.
Utilize because it kind of creates a different habitat from the surrounding rocky or muddy regions. But so far on this particular wreck, we haven't seen any organisms that are specific to this site and are not commonly seen in elsewhere. But if it also takes a considerable amount of time for any of these benthic organisms to settle and grow over such structures.
Yeah, so
that
she's talking about
time
the
can
growth
be
on
a
the ship.
factor. And also studies of the benthic community around the wreck would give us a better idea of the surrounding communities from which there can be recruits on such sites.
Natasha,
Could
do you...
be wood here?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. We were talking down here. I was going to ask if that's wood or maybe a sponge or something that took over.
The yellow structures, yeah, so I'm also confused, though that can be some kind of an encrusting sponge or sometimes even...
Oh, Rick Rabbit says, I would guess it'd be either cedar or cypress, being Japan, but they may have imported stronger, less flammable hardwoods. I do think someone mentioned in a previous stream them using a kind of cypress.
Bacterial mats can grow because there is a lot of wooden structure in such ships. So bacterial mats can also grow and they can have such structures. So the more we see, and if we have a better zoom, then we'll have a better idea about that.
Yeah, it looks like it could be wood, but
Yeah,
it's unexpected to see it.
Yeah.
That's definitely looks like fore and aft flight deck wood. You can see the planking.
Yeah, the planking.
Yeah,
no, I think Mia is more talking about the yellowish structures, finger-like projections extending more towards the right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about that.
Yeah, I was talking about both, so I thought that might be plank wood.
Yeah,
I wasn't
this
sure
is plank wood,
if
definitely.
it was something that kind of took over and then kind of just formed also a similar shape as it just grew over the wood.
Thank you everyone for the hype train.
More towards the left definitely looks like wood covered by bacterial
Please share your emotes.
Yes.
And we're looking at a significant amount of damage here to the flight deck. We're also looking at what looks like, to me, and Shoreside, let me know if it's correct, a Type 96 25mm anti-aircraft gun.
Oh,
Flight
okay.
deck wood.
I can. Yeah, that's a gun. Oh, oops. Gun.
But you know, it would be nice to get lower and see if we're in the stack area.
That wouldn't be below the stack.
Rival, hi.
We didn't see that?
So just to clarify what you were saying, Hans, is that structure below us with the two metal projections coming out, that's the anti-aircraft gun, you think?
That's one of the anti-aircraft guns. There were 14 twin 25mm anti-aircraft guns. That would be my guess. If Shoreside can confirm.
And just for your reference, we have about 3 meters left in the ship movement. So then it'll take some time for Atalanta to catch up.
Well, I mean, if we want to keep moving, we can keep calling in moves, right?
I would say it's up to Dan feeling comfortable with where Atalanta is and and you guys as well.
Sorry, I was off SPL there. What was the question?
So Mike was saying if we wanted to keep calling in movements, we could. I wanted to make sure Atalanta was in a good position before we did that.
Yep, I'm happy.
You're happy?
Yep.
Thank you.
What do you want to do, another 10 or 30?
30? Yeah, 30 is fine.
30?
30 at 200 again, I think.
30 at 200.
Yes, please.
Bridge, nav.
Could be going this way.
Can we please step another 30 meters, continuing on a bearing of 200?
Feels like I'm gonna muse. Yeah. I don't know why they don't have her.
Bridge.
Yeah.
But this is just a little tow sled that's on an umbilical, and it's having a time.
It's possible that we're on the port side instead, and we're moving aft, because that would make sense why we saw those smaller anti-aircraft guns after the two bigger gun tubs. That
So they're
looks like
trying to
the stern, or moving aft instead, which is possible. Except that we did see that bright return on the other side. Maybe it's not the tower after all.
You're getting a whole bunch of static through your line.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out
plug your
exactly
thing
where
in
on the
again
ship
while
we
you're
are.
muted.
And archaeology team, I know we're still figuring things out, but Any ideas on what we're looking at here with this gridded structure with the holes on the side,
Yeah,
or
but
that
it's
white
Rios.
pipe-looking structure?
Tons of static.
Just hold
I
on
don't
one sec,
know.
Kara.
Sure. No
Nautilus, shore side.
Yeah, go
Nautilus,
ahead.
shore side.
Maybe
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe get a new headset.
We've been going back and forth and looking at all of this, and at this point, what we're seeing, the gap that we just passed could very well be where the funnel was.
Yeah.
In which case, we are on starboard side. What you are seeing here as well, as you probably noticed, that this is a piece of flight deck that's been bent and flown.
Oh, that's
Yes.
static.
So this is a piece of flight deck that's been blown up and folded over. As well, as you can see, and you can see the distortion in it. But
Akagi's suffered magazine explosion. I'm actually
right now,
surprised as
looking
intact as
starboard
this.
side
Yeah,
shore.
I'm pretty sure this is the Akagi.
Well, just adding here that, I mean, what we may be looking at with these two mounts could be small boat mounts that could be damaged. There was two small boats potentially on this side and the other reciprocally. So if that's the case, that could confirm that it's forward of the stack.
They're doing
roger
another
that.
ship move.
I
So
think
I'm gonna.
those mounts would be lower than here, though.
So as we continue to move in this direction, if we're correct, we're going to encounter the bow soon.
Yeah.
Mike,
No.
can you give us that orientation again for this ship? Which side do you think the stack is on and which side the tower is on? Just give us that high level of if this is Akagi.
Okay, so they're not even sure. They're
Yeah, so the stack,
If
which
this
was
is
coming out
Akagi.
from below the flight deck and pointing downward, was on the starboard side, and the tower with the bridge was on the port side, both amidships.
There seems to be, Mike, the hole you see at the top left.
I am gonna bounce this
Reef
forward.
and life that we see here, or less biodiversity at this depth? Or on this particular wreck?
I cannot say direct yes or no because we have seen high diversities in similar depths in various regions.
Cobalt says
So
calibrate.
temperature, there are various
don't
groups
get
of
motion
organisms
sick.
which are specially adapted to such environments, but unless we have a better idea of the surrounding faunal diversity, it is difficult to answer that question.
Stretch your
Because
legs
nutrient
out.
availability is also an important factor, which is not necessary. Yes, depth is a factor, but we know about several habitats at similar depths where we have high faunal diversity. So it depends on a particular location, and unless we know thoroughly what are the organisms and the kinds of organisms found around this particular area, then without that we cannot.
So Freedom, they haven't like explicitly stated, but when they talk about doing the ship move, they say that what depth? The bottom. When they talk about doing ship move, the number they keep tossing out for the umbilical is 5,300 meters. So deep, very deep. I think roughly 3 miles.
Confirm.
Gotcha. So it sounds like you're kind of comparing the wreck to nearby areas around the wreck. Is
Yeah,
what you
because
typically
the
do.
recruits and the settlements generally are a factor of the water current, the surrounding.
Yeah, so they're talking about again the life on the ship,
the surrounding
and
habitats
how-
and surrounding communities from which the new recruits will come from and settle, or depends on the direction of the water current that will be bringing those recruits from
Right.
farther away. So there are several factors in play.
Right. And we had another viewer ask about the material of the ship, if that would affect it. Like, for example, iron is a micronutrient that plankton need. Not that we have much phytoplankton here at this depth. There's no light, but is that another factor, like
Yes.
the metals involved?
Yes, the the material of the ships can definitely affect the settlement and
How are things going here? Pretty good.
the kind of organisms which are found on such structures.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I'll try 10.
Let me pause real quick to kind of catch up with chat. Hello, Abyssal Plain Deep. Good. Yeah, we're deep. Things are going good. We are diving a wreck that I think and they think is the Akage, but we don't have confirmation yet. I'm just kind of jumping us along because there are 13 videos in this playlist. Each is 2 hours long. And I'm only live for like 5 hours. And we're an hour into that. So we're just kind of looking for the highlights, honestly.
Sailed with a crew of about 1,600 servicemen. It was the flagship for Japan's first air fleet. And during the battle, a dive... And it looks like we are getting some new viewers that are asking what we are looking at.
What are we looking at?
We currently are moving our ROV, our remotely operated vehicle, Atalanta, to get a better view of the Imperial Japanese Navy aircraft carrier Akagi.
So it is the Akagi.
For more,
okay.
Context on that, it was built in the 1920s and sailed with a crew of about 1,600 servicemen. It was the flagship for Japan's first air fleet. And during the battle, a dive bomber landed a 1,000-pound bomb on the aft edge of the middle airplane elevator. It went through the flight deck to the upper hangar and detonated in the midst of the fully armed and fueled torpedo bombers.
Oh gosh.
There was raging fires that burned aboard, and later on destroyers Arashi, Hajikaze, Maikaze, and Nowaki each fired one torpedo into the former flagship and sank it bow first. So in the past, in 2019, a team from Vulcan Inc. and the U.S. Navy
30-200
conducted some high-resolution surveys and were able to estimate the location of Akagi, and today we have been just starting our dive for the past several hours, getting a look of what we believe is the wreck. So thank you so much for joining us, whether you're on YouTube or our page. Please feel free to continue to send in your questions, and we'll provide more information as we can.
Now we moving now?
So this was like the first look.
We're just calling in a 30-meter move along the...
I just realized I'm too Vtuber brain poison because I keep reading EV Nautilus as
ENV,
but I do the same.
In a 30 step at a 200 bearing.
Nautilus Vtuber win, mathematically perfect Vtuber win.
Edge of the structure here.
Okay.
Giving Atalanta full beans to lateral back in. Get tired of waiting for the ship. Seems to be working.
Yeah, so this was sunk during a battle, unlike the submarines which were scuttled.
We seem to have the 5 to 10 meter capability to lateral the vehicle left or right.
Yeah, roger that.
Whether it stays there or not, I can't guarantee, but this is basically back where we were going 200-ish there. Be interesting to see if it swings back out.
So I'm gonna be a little stinker and scoot us forward a little bit again.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at collapse of the hangar deck. I think the flight deck above is completely gone, and we're looking at some of the supporting struts that held up the flight deck. And we're moving. We're probably maybe 30 or 40 meters, I would say, from the bow.
Oh gosh.
Maybe a little more.
Sonar agrees.
Yeah. You know, Dan, the superstructure beneath the flight deck here narrows quite a bit too, so maybe that explains some of that curvature that we saw as the side of the vessel fell away from us.
Yeah, where it's when we dropped down, we seemed to acquire it, and when we came up, it kind of went away. You're saying the whole curves into a point?
It narrows.
Yeah.
Well, it's also so the flight deck extended quite a bit a ways over the bow, and there wasn't superstructure between them. So that might explain why we might have, or we're soon coming up to a place where there wasn't much between the hull and the flight deck for a couple of deck levels.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna bounce this. They're doing a ship move.
The rest collapsed in.
Oh, that's a very disorienting camera angle.
Thank you so much for sharing, June.
Let me back it up a little. It sounds like there was story time.
The size of the torpedo is quite large. It was 542 meter long, and they're in the storage positions. They're out from the storage positions, and so huge explosions happens in Akagi.
It's the sea from the air, yeah. We're
Yes.
letting hello right away. Hi.
Yep.
Thank you, June. I think we're certainly seeing some evidence of those huge explosions as we look to understand the flight deck. You know, seeing just those remnants, that little edge of wooden deck that we saw earlier, and the rest collapsed in.
Thank you so much for sharing, June.
June, we did have a question earlier that I don't know if we got an answer to. Do you know what type of wood the flight decks were constructed of in Japan at the time? We were learning yesterday about Douglas fir decks on the USS Yorktown, and we're curious about this construction.
That's a really good question, and well, I have some books and references, but it didn't. Those references didn't particularly say about what type of wood were used for the deck. Well, I'll check. I don't have information at this moment. No.
No problem.
Nautilus shoreside.
Go ahead, shoreside.
Oh.
So as you can see, we are just moving past the edge of the flight deck where it was blown up and out, and we're looking down on the hull, the deck level of the cruiser hull. You see some bits there. Do you also see the hatch? Do you all notice the circular hatch?
290. We'll
Maybe?
step away another 10.
Is that what those...
Roger that,
those,
shoreside.
Yeah, those circles are?
Bridge nav.
Are those hatches?
Can
So as we continue to step away, we're going to the hull should start to taper and move towards the bow. Well done.
Okay, so we are headed towards the bow. Let's go.
Yeah, copy that. We've stepped 10 meters away. We stepped 20 meters away and then 20 meters back in, and for some reason that brought us over the top of the wreck. So we stepped 10 away again. Now we're gonna step another 10 back.
Yeah, so again, positioning is just really delicate. This is one of those things where it's kind of amazing that it's possible at all. 5,000 meters down.
Maybe we're slightly off on the orientation of the wreck.
I think, well...
Because when I was looking at it, it looked like it was almost directly north-south.
Yeah.
So they are probably referencing sonar images where it was previously like mapped like
That is a dramatic perspective of the height
in
of the
2019.
deck we had been following, the flight deck looking down at the forward deck of the original cruiser hull.
Is that circular, is that a hatch with the, looks like a wheel on top?
I'm not sure what that is, but the bits are on the left, bottom left. They're very clear, and we're right at the edge of where the ship's structure ends on these decks, and we're just looking at the front of the bow as it tapers.
Yeah, so we were following along
right
the edge up there, and then for some reason on that last move we stepped in. So I don't think our 200 is quite perpendicular to the.
Right. I think we're looking at the front edge of the enclosed hangars.
Shoreside concurs. That's where you are, and you can see both sides of the hull. You've got bollards as well, and it looks like you have them on both sides.
Roger, we see the bits.
Just an incredible view. The Akagi was originally built in the 1920s, in service from 1927, and rebuilt from 1935 to 1938, which included the addition of these flight decks on top. That also later enlarged to a single flight deck and added the island superstructure. So see the ship, going through multiple evolutions, and this view where we're at right now was naturally before any of the battle damage. This large drop-off from the flight deck back down to the original deck, the original bow structure below. If you checked out on social media, our dive alert is an image of the Akagi doing flight operations in 1942 in April, just a few months before the Battle of Midway. And from that head-on perspective, you can really see that drop down. So I encourage you to check us out on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, Twitter,
subscribe,
X.
hit that
Any
bell.
of those platforms will be sharing images in addition to the live feed here.
Nautilus shoreside.
Go ahead.
Where we're at now.
Oh gosh, you can really see the particles of marine snow.
The question that we're going to have as we continue to move here is how much of the hangar has survived. Some of this is flight deck, but some of this also appears to be.
Yeah, they're hoping to get visual on
hangar bulkhead.
On a plane. Yeah, anemones.
Trying to sort that out.
Less anemones than the Yorktown.
It's also something of some interest as well. At this point, we're not seeing any evidence of, but it may be that it's down lower on the deck, of the sockets or the mounts for the large beams that supported the flight deck as it projected out over the bow. Did you also see, and what we're wondering about is, did you see any evidence of anchor chain or anything of that sort near the bow? We thought we caught a glimpse of it a second ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look when we get to the bow. We haven't quite got there yet.
Yeah.
You're getting close. Yeah.
So this video actually isn't that old. This was taken last year, I think in September.
I think you can kind of see in this view when we're all coordinating down here to move along the ship and avoid hitting obstacles. You can see what we were passing on now it's on the left when we were trying to get around. And just like if you're trying to, work on your computer and you pull your cable, your cord, and it gets wrapped around a table leg or something, that's something we don't want to happen with Atalanta.
Yeah.
We want everything to be clear. We don't want it to get stuck into anything so that we can keep moving forward.
Oh yeah, entanglement is a huge issue diving wrecks. Oh, it's
Absolutely. And
new video.
Answering a question that came in from one of our viewers about the size of the ship. Akagi is 260 meters overall length, 855 feet. She was the largest, or Akagi was the largest of the aircraft
VTubers and deep sea divers have similar fish. Yeah, cord management, very important. My headphone cord.
just about 9 meters longer than the USS Yorktown that we had the privilege to visit and see yesterday, and in the order of 13 to 35 meters larger than the other Japanese carriers as well. Massive site, so much that we anticipate being able to see and explore here over the next many, many hours on the seafloor to be able to tell the story and honor this place.
How would they deal with entanglement? Would they have to cut it loose?
090, so in theory.
So I think the hope would be that if you get entangled, you're able to just reverse whatever you just did to get yourself tangled. I know when we were diving the Yorktown, the ROV pilot, and I can't tell if he was joking or not, but was like, nothing's more embarrassing than getting, like, tying a knot in your own umbilical and then having to untie it with people watching. Honestly, I don't know. It would be really bad. Like, if they got really entangled, I imagine losing the ROV is potentially a thing. Oh. But Atalanta is just like a sled. Like, it doesn't even, I don't even think it has manipulator arms. So it couldn't, like, untangle itself. It would be bad. I imagine a few pink slips might be involved, depending on how severe. I think with, and honestly, maybe that's why, they're not using Herc here. Does it have props? It does have little thrusters that allow it some movement. But a vast majority of the movement we're seeing is it being dragged along by the ship. I think with a dive this important and this delicate, I don't think anybody would get fired, but it would be bad. It would be a bad time. I think there's kind of like an acceptable amount of risk, where it's like we're gonna take this piece of incredibly expensive equipment, and we're gonna get all this data. Maybe a bad thing will happen, but probably not. Worst case, I'm assuming, is they have to safely decouple from the ship, then send a different rover to disconnect the entangled cable and recover. You know what? Maybe. It would be, like, that would be a process, though. Because especially at this depth, at 5,000 meters down, like, that's not a common, it's not a commonly diveable depth. Like, that's, it would be a process. You know what? That's something. You know what? This is a good question to ask. When Nautilus goes live again, I'm gonna ask them this. Like, how would you deal with that? Or maybe I'll just tweet this at them. Like, Nautilus, if something were to become entangled at this depth, how would you deal with that? Like, how would you? What would the procedure be? It would take a long time, not to mention the cable weight of the now entangled submarine. Yeah, that... Someone said it at one point, the cable weight is non-negligible. It's 5,000 meters of cable. It would be a lot. I almost wonder if they have, like, an emergency trigger that, releases the cable from the sub, so you can just winch the cable back up. But yeah, it would be bad. I don't know exactly what would happen, but it would be really, really bad.
If we move south, we'll go that way.
Yep, sounds good.
All right.
Oh, this is probably a good time to say, Rick, hello. Yeah. I know regular viewers know this, but if you are just tuning in, hello. And we are getting video from the Atalanta, which is a tow sled. There's no people in this. We're talking about entanglement and how bad it would be, and it would be bad, but nobody would die. It wouldn't be that bad. People might get fired, but nobody's dying. I don't think entanglement would be that much of a biggie. Getting the cable snagged on something would probably be a different story. Atalanta does have like some maneuverability on its own, so it might be able to undo that, but oh man, everything at this depth is so delicate and difficult. But yeah, nobody would die. Nobody. This is an unmanned ROV. Nobody's getting ocean gated. Yeah.
Let's try a...
Entanglement made my point. Will Smith said, oh no!
Another question from the chat. What would the main type of plane have been on the Akagi? Was it primarily the Zero, or were there different plane types?
Definitely don't want any Imperial entanglements. Yeah, very bad.
Historian team members on the Nautilus or on shore be able to help answer that?
Yeah, I think that, as June mentioned, Akagi had an impressive capacity for aircraft, up to maybe 90 aircraft to be able to be on board at one time. And those are aircraft that are stowed down below, and also those on the upper hangar deck.
We all know the pilot would get absolutely roasted. Oh, they would never let him live it down. They would never live it down.
Akagi carried 18 Nakajima B-5N torpedo bombers, 18 Aichi D-3A dive bombers, and 24 Mitsubishi A-6M Zero fighter aircraft. Shoreside, does that sound right?
Back row, we're going to check out here and hand it over to the Master Jake Bonney and Woods Holt Tito to take it from here. So we're just going to take a few minutes off of SPL to let them know what we've seen and what we're doing.
Thanks, Hans. And
thank you, everyone. Again, it was an honor and a pleasure to be here.
Yes, thank you. It was a real honor.
Thank you, Hans.
So,
something mentioned if the Ocean Gate wasn't made of advanced papier-mâché, rescue of anything or anyone would take several hours. Oh yeah, just going down would take hours.
Pilots, navigators, video engineers, and communicators. So please stay tuned as we transition. And thank you again for joining us on this exploration journey and seeing what we can see. We'll hope to see you in a few hours as this dive continues into the next several hours.
Right. So I think that might be my cue to jump ahead a little.
Nautilus shore side.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
What we think we're looking at here is that the structure that is to the left, which is standing up more upright, would appear to be the forward bulkhead of the hangar.
Yeah.
After that, and also further left, is the folded over flight deck. Moving to the right, and we've now rotated out of the view, we could clearly see the base of the socket for one of the supports for the flight deck as it projected out towards past the hangar and over the bow. It's directly next to bollards. After that, there should be, moving forward, when we move back towards the bow, we should see potentially the base of the socket for the forwardmost uprights and supports for the flight deck as it projected out over the bow as we get closer to the nose. There it is. So now what we can see there, you can clearly see, like in the camera now, that's the socket, that's the base for that support. And then the two bollards, the bollards are there. You've got the hatch after that, and once we move again more towards the bow, tip of the bow, we should see, potentially we would hopefully see, the second base or socket for this starboard set of supports for the flight deck. There should be a matching one, of course, on the port side as well.
And even further forward, it almost looked like we had just a glimpse of two cylindrical objects in the distance. And if they're indeed more teardrop shaped, unless that's distortion from the video, I don't think it is. They don't appear to be completely cylindrical. So if the shape matches, certainly the shape of the base. That's telling as well.
But you can also, I mean, just looking down as well, you really are seeing now the very sharp lines of that hull.
Yep.
Can we tell what mud line is here?
Mud line seems to be
I'm just wondering how
roughly
deep
water line.
Yeah, it sounds like water.
Looks to be about water line.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm having difficulty, like, differentiating
Well,
what's
what'll we-
happening here exactly. Like, I'm not sure if this is ocean floor or if this is just where we lose light.
Yeah.
So with that, the anchor
They're
would
talking
be
about the
there
mud line
in the hog.
and the water line. So I'm wondering if that is ocean floor. Okay, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I have to briefly mention the nightmare fuel. There was an incident where a manned vehicle went down. It was just supposed to be like a quick trip. So they weren't like suited up for you know, a long dive, and they did get entangled. And I believe there was a death from hypothermia of all things, because even though they knew exactly where it was, at depth, at some point the ocean might as well be outer space. Getting things out is rough. I'll try to find the video I watched about that and drop it in Discord. But yeah. The ocean is terrifying. Johnson Sea Link. Yeah, that was bad. Okay, yeah, Brick knows. I was gonna have to look up like what it was, but Johnson Sea Link. Yeah. Yeah. It was a whole thing where like they knew where it was, and I think they even like left the sub to try to untangle, but it was unsuccessful. Ocean scary. Ocean very scary. Very impressive. Awe-inspiring. Also terrifying. Okay, so I guess let's scoot us forward a bit more. I think I'm actually going to scoot us forward quite a bit. Let's go to here.
By 4 Japanese destroyers, each firing one.
There's a lot to
break off, and yesterday during the survey of the USS Yorktown,
be able to be seeing and celebrating this symbology and its history for the nation.
The history of the symbol used by the imperial family dates back to the even medieval imperial family started to use.
Oh, Orange said you can see it's bollard, so it's probably still looks like yeah.
Of the imperial family. And today, like a Japanese passport, still use that flower on the cover of the passport, Japanese passport. Very special flower.
I agree. Thank you, June.
Thank you for sharing that. The significance of the chrysanthemum in the Japanese culture.
Bridge nav.
Can you come wide, Ed?
Dream Fallout says, I was just thinking of how even space exploration rescue isn't much. Yeah, if you screw up in space,
ship move, 30 meters.
Is bad.
Bearing 5-5. Correct, thank you. Yep. 30 meters, bearing 55 degrees.
Nightmare fuel.
Sure.
That layer of soil on the deck is 80 odd years of marine snow. So much whale poop. Yeah. Sometimes on these dives we see these like nice smooth white bottoms. That's not beautiful white sand. That's decomposition. That's super stinky. Yeah, this is not just like depth and temperature and pressure wise an extreme environment, but also just like lack of sun and lack of nutrients, which is why you typically don't see a lot of life this far down. Things grow slower. Yeah. Shrimp farts, exactly. Things you don't see a lot of life unless you're near a hydrothermal vent, and then life is driven by chemosynthesis, and all of the shrimp taste and smell like farts. Methane shrimp. Yep. You're gonna catch me looking like that a lot today because the incubator's over there. And I'm looking at it to see if anything's happening. Nothing's happening. Well, I am stinky.
When we get over them, it'll be nice to see those supports and what they're connected to again that are lying in the sediment near the bow. We've been having a discussion on the effects of these large aircraft carriers falling through the water column and what that does to a flight deck and how much force those decks take and whether pieces can actually break off. And yesterday during the survey of the USS Yorktown, we saw the large sections at the stern, over the fantail of the missing flight deck, and it didn't look like it was in the vicinity. But seeing these supports from the forward part of the Akagi's flight deck right next to the wreck means that they didn't come off somewhere too far up in the water column. They came off relatively close to this site, if not right at the moment of impact, which is maybe likely. So from the point of view of an archaeologist, that all falls into the category of site formation processes and is part of the explanation for why things look the way they do after the entire wrecking event.
It's kind of like how much damage was done from the battle and how much was done
incredible to think about
falling
the
to the bottom of the
force
ocean.
of this coming down to the seabed. So certainly, we have one glimpse of this 81 years later, and to piece back that history of events that unfolded and impacted the ship during
Imagine
the battle,
hit the seabed
during
hard.
the fires,
Probably, yeah.
and then during the sinking, and then during the seafloor impact, and there's a lot to unfold there, a lot to pull apart. What about that is particularly challenging or exciting for you or for any of our archaeologists? Is it that unfolding story, or what part of this really draws you to this work?
All of it.
All of it. Will you elaborate on that?
I lean towards the history side. So, as a historian and maritime archaeologist, I tend to, I like the details of site formation. To me, it sometimes seems a bit nerdy, though. But,
sometimes it seems a bit nerdy, though. Says the maritime archaeologist. Lean into it, bro. Embrace it!
It's not just the combat itself and the major battles, but all the rest of it that we see evidence of in sites like this, the efforts to save these ships, the places that survivors escape to, the last moments. You know, this was not sunk as part of the battle. This was scuttled by 4 Japanese destroyers, each firing 1 torpedo to send the Akagi to the bottom of the ocean. Davy Jones' locker in the parlance of Western historians. And that's a part of the story that isn't usually told. And I think we saw elements of that on the Yorktown as well, particularly striking elements in the examples of where the Yorktown's crew was cutting away and jettisoning the anti-aircraft gun, some which weighed only 400 pounds. And to do that, for the crew to be throwing over anti-aircraft guns that weighed 400 pounds in an attempt to right the increasing list of an aircraft carrier is testimony to the desperate need and desire they had for a crew to save their own ship.
Yorktown's crew is built different. Like, they almost saved that ship like 3 times.
So in that way,
it was genuinely
evidence
impressive.
like that from the wreck site, the archaeology, in other words, fills in gaps in the historical narrative, in the story. And it's not always just related to the actual
we are so
attack of the
hydrated right
aircraft,
now.
but what sailors do, what any ship's crew would do in moments of catastrophe.
Thank you, Hans.
says, speaking of
so important we
shrimp
remember
farts.
these as the homes of people, as the workplace, you know, times of joy, times of terror, certainly times of loss and of sacrifice as well, but these ships were the pride of nations and the pride of so many people who spent, so many young men who lived their lives and worked on them.
That's right. It's easy to imagine sailors on board the Akagi being very proud to be on board the flagship at this, you know, momentous event, and it's easy to imagine the sailors on the Yorktown being also very proud to be members of their ship and identify with that ship.
So I think that is the chrysanthemum crest there.
That human element, you know, that connection that we have as humans, no matter what country or boundaries that separate us, the ocean actually connects us. And I wanted to share an olelo no eao because we are in a Hawaiian place. We are in Papahanaumokuakea and Aina Akua. This is a place where we originated as indigenous people, and the place where we return to after our death. And so having the Akagi and other wrecks from World War II, you know, we can understand this as Native Hawaiians and the depth and the reverence that we hold for this place and for those who lay in the realm of Kanaloa, the god of the sea. You know, I just wanted to share this olelo no eau. It's a Hawaiian proverb, and it says, "Lu'u lu'u hanakahi ika ua nui." Weighted down is hanakahi by the heavy rain. And this expression was much used in Hawaiian laments for the dead to express that heaviness of the heart as tears that pour like rain. And so we honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Whether you were American or Japanese, we honor those that lay in the realm of Kanaloa, our sacred Aina Akua, and we are in reverence as we view the Akagi.
That's very beautiful. Mahalo, Malia.
Pausing that for a moment to catch up on chat. Chat says, speaking of shrimp farts, what if every living thing on the planet capable of farting farted at the same time? That would be terrible. Well, like, what if all the, like, ocean creatures too, the ocean just boiled with farts? Thank you, Wardming, for the Rick Muppet says Yorktown left Pearl Harbor badly damaged after the Coral Sea battle. Yeah, Chat said that they were damaged in the Coral Sea. They went into Pearl Harbor, and they were like, we need like 3 weeks to fix this. And the Admiral was like, you got 3 days. And they were like, okay. And then during the battle, they were hit, but they managed to get all the fires put out so that when the Japanese went out again and were like, all right, hit a different ship, they just hit the Yorktown again because they didn't think it was damaged. I don't know if they fixed it, but apparently they got it good enough to leave harbor. Just like, heck it, we ball. Yeah, it was just, and like they mentioned, the guns being shoved away. We saw how the semicircular like gun tubs had been cut, and the guns were missing. Just crazy stuff. The human aspect, as they were saying. So we were just looking at the chrysanthemum crest, just right at the. I kind of want to back it up a little, actually. I'll jump us forward again. Yeah, like just right at the front of the ship. That's super cool. So I think at the moment we're just passing directly over the top.
So just an update from navigation. Yeah, the ship has done that last 30-meter move, and we should be seeing some response. We're starting to move with Atalanta, as you can see in the imagery. Yeah, we're trying to move up along the deck line that you see on the right of the image, which is actually the port side of the vessel.
That's right, thank you.
Sure.
Mike's taking a dinner break, but that's the plan for those watching. We're moving Atalanta slowly to the upper right, and we'll be proceeding aft on the port side of the Akagi. In this image, the bow is beneath us, and the rest of the ship is ahead of us towards the top. We're looking at the battle cruiser deck. The vessel was originally built as a battle cruiser and then converted to an aircraft carrier. So as we continue this move along the port side, we'll come back to the superstructure of the hangars, and they're several stories above this battle cruiser deck, so it's prudent for us to remain a bit elevated and continue our move.
Yeah, it's always nice to get the really sharp, low,
Halfway through a move?
Yeah.
Okay.
We just moved about 15
low
meters.
There's just a lot of... Wow, Atalanta's getting jerked around really hard.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Exactly.
And speaking of marathons, also just wanted to give people a heads up. So this is going to be, we're going to got quite a bit of more time here. We got about 14 hours more of bottom time, so we'll probably be able to get the whole way around and do all the close-ups that we need to. Then it's going to be 3 hours to the surface and 4 hours to our next deployment.
I need to back that up because I have...
Then to deploy on the site of the Kaga. And speaking of marathons, also just wanted to give people a heads up. So this is going to be...
All right, I lied. I have no idea how we're oriented.
We've got about 14 hours more of bottom time, so we'll probably be able to get the whole way around and do all the close-ups that we need to. Then it's going to be 3 hours to the surface and 4 hours to our next deployment. But the plan is then to deploy on the site of the Kaga, where we'll do a 24-hour dive as well.
Oh,
so plenty more exploration, and that's just the beginning.
Yeah, I think we are looking
We're about midway now through our 27-day expedition to the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument, exploring some of the greatest sites in deep water of this great monument that's been protected at the highest state, federal, and international laws because of its tremendous natural and cultural value and significance. And yeah, we're getting at a glimpse at the archaeology, geology, and biology and all of its glory that this wonderful place has to offer.
I'm absolutely kicking myself. I'm not sure how I managed to miss these when they were live.
Supports structure to the right and zoom. And also, we noticed clearly how much higher the sediment has been pushed on this port side of the vessel as opposed to where we were when we came up the starboard side. Yeah, there's some interest in looking at that structure
It is murky, extremely fine silt runoff from mountains. It's asking how above sea geological processes still continue deep on... Yeah. It's very much an interlocked thing where deep sea and above sea geological processes are very...
we're assuming that these are pillars that held up the front part of the flight deck, and in plans anyway they had rungs on them, and I'm just wondering if I can see any of the rungs on this side. Maybe not, but this looks like all the structure that would be supporting the flight deck high above the cruiser's bow.
Okay, so I think we were looking at the bow, and then this is the flight deck which is fallen over. We're looking at the supports for it. I might be incorrect. I'm probably incorrect, but yeah, that's what they're saying. Is these are probably flight deck supports. Rick Bobbitt asks, are they experiencing weather? I'm not sure if the weather was particularly bad. Atalanta's not very big. Thank you for the hearts on YouTube.
And left.
I'm attempting to heart hands and failing. Wow.
Those are the shapes of the posts that are still on the cruiser's bow, so yeah, those are the pillars. Thank you.
All right, come back around.
Hans, what would those pillars be made out of? Is that metal, concrete?
I'm guessing steel.
Oh, yeah, look, is that... You can sort of see where maybe they were pushed in. Is that what that is? There's like that thing, yeah.
Viewers writing in, sharing what an emotional experience this is for them. I think that is so true for all of us. This is just it sits heavy in the air. What a profound honor that this is for our team, and approaching this with such reverence.
The static or fan noise in the background is certainly giving off its pouring outside vibe. That's on their end. That's actually not me.
From the Japanese embassy watching with us, from our collaborators, archaeologists in Japan, June Kimura on the line with us now, and others joining soon. Also just sharing this with folks all around the world, the messages we receive. If you're watching over on YouTube,
I wasn't sure.
Feel free to join us in community over on Nautilus Live. You can send in questions for the team. You can learn more about the voices that you're hearing on the team page, see people's profiles. read a blog about the history of Midway. This is the first time for you
Oh,
encountering this story.
that's
It is a story
Shane.
of, tremendous turns of events and a very pivotal moment as we think about the Pacific and about that particular era of time, how we connected and related to one another at that point. So welcome you to learn more about that history with us, as we also learn about these ships here. So got a lovely note in from a viewer for Jim Delgado. And Mike, one of our lead scientists, Hans, I know this extends to you, that this year was inspired to become an explorer and to educate others by interacting with you all as teachers. So thank you for sharing your knowledge with us here on board and with everybody around the world watching on Nautilus Live.
Yeah. No, it's incredible that they did this live. I'm absolutely kicking myself that I didn't catch it live. Anything edible on camera yet? Debatable. There's this delicious steel chain here. Also, Dorn, thank you for the tier 1. Let's go. 33 months. How has this happened? Welcome. Hey, let's revisit how we connected and related to each other
Could I share
at
a
that
bit of
point.
information
Let's
of the name
not.
of Akagi with Showa?
Yeah.
Please, June.
Yeah.
Please do.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, there were some
In
swimming
early,
critters.
I was explained that the Akagi means red walls, red castles, and the character represents that meaning too. The thing is, there's also mountains called Akagi Mountain in Japan, in Gunma prefectures. A number of Japanese Imperial Navy ships named after from that name of all the kingdoms and the mountains and the rivers. So Akagi names derive from the name of the mountain. Akagi is partly. And the bit of story, that one of the crews from Gunma prefecture who probably used to watching the mountain, the reason he was bored on Akagi is
Like
because he's from the prefecture, the Hat Mountain. His lieutenant advised the young crew.
There he goes.
The Akagi was a well-built ship, and because that young crew from that the region of Akagi Mountain, and Akagi was would be probably never sunken. It was very because of the constructions were built, but yeah, he died on board, and his younger brother remember the conversation with his older brother who lost on board. Yeah, so that was.
So chat, correct me if I'm stupid. It sounds like at least on this, the flight deck was built
a ship this big
directly above the regular deck, like
the connection of seeing it
on
as a
support.
mountain.
Also, yes, that is what they did. Okay. Because I think they said it started as a destroyer, so this wasn't like built as an aircraft carrier. Yeah, where goes that little shrimp? It's honestly so surreal. Rex are the shrimp. Rex are always. I don't know. For me, they're always a little unsettling. But when there's so much history to it, it's a little overwhelming.
For folks watching, we're beginning to get back to the point where we see the forward edge of the enclosed hangar decks. There's been quite a bit of damage and tearing of the steel, but we're right at the part where those hangar decks made it to the forward part of the ship. They were on supports themselves, so the battle cruiser's deck continued beneath them, and there was an open gap between the bottom of the hangar decks and the cruiser deck still.
So yeah, what we might be looking at, I might be lying on the internet, chat, is the part under the flight deck. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, so you can see those supports that are exposed now. I think I am gonna jump us a little forward. This is honestly kind of nice. But again, there's a lot to cover. Akagi was a battle cruiser that was under construction when the Naval Arms Limitation Treaty was signed. Battleships and battle cruisers were limited in number. The Japanese and Americans both got permission to convert two under construction battle cruisers to carriers. Ah! So I want to see where this goes. I'm gonna jump us forward, and then I'm gonna be stinky and look at other videos in the playlist to see if there's anything really cool we want to see. We're at 4 of 13. These are 2 hours each. And I think there's a lot of cool stuff that I want us to try see. Come on, you can do it, little buddy.
Still can't really see it. Only in the sonar.
Stinky, what you want? I don't have smelly vision. Fair.
We might end up having to go up and over that and then drop down the other side.
Yep.
We had a viewer, John wrote in, saying that there's nothing worth seeing at the mudline on the port side because the scuttling torpedo hits are on the starboard side.
Okay.
That's really good to know. I think I might still want to drop down in a few places just to look at how deeply it's buried and just get a general sense of the wreck. But that is good information. We'll double our efforts on the starboard side. I think a lot of that damage is going to be buried though, similar to Yorktown.
This damage here right in front of us, what is that?
Yeah, that's a very
I think that's the
distinct mark.
collapsed deck on top of the bow structure. I think once we get, so we're looking like down the wreck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're going to get a little further and, well, I'm actually not entirely sure if we're up on hangar deck or if we're still on bow, but I'll figure it out eventually. I think I see the edge of the deck forward. Like there's that ladder or steps there, and I think the deck pops out to the right.
I'm getting past you.
Let me mute this. I am kind of just skipping around in the playlist.
So we might want to go a little more, like a 65 bearing. If we go at another 30 meters, just to the ship's widening out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 6.5.
So you're at 55
I'm looking,
right now.
Yeah, 50, 55.
Is this still?
So this would be 6.5.
What do you think?
Yeah, I might jump us to another video
You want
completely.
more than that? I just don't want to get too far away.
Is this still the same dive?
I think 6.5 would be okay.
153. So I think I'm going to take us to 6 of 13.
Yeah, we're coming up on this obstruction, just about able to see it.
Yeah, that's what's causing the that blip in the sonar.
Yeah, that's that sonar target.
Ah.
Bridge nav. Like to do a ship move 30 meters at 65-degree bearing. Correct, thank you. Correct, yep.
Okay, and then they start ascension at 11 of 13, I think. Yeah. Okay. Kevin, hello! I hate to corrupt you further, but do you have any plans to try Wuthering Waves? I don't really. I only really have the timer sanity for one gacha. Located, 1,300 miles northwest of Pearl Harbor, Akage was found at a depth of, 18,011 feet. 5,490, so almost 5,500 feet. That's crazy. On the internet, no one knows you're stinky. No, I know Will's stinky. Stinky boy. Okay, I'm gonna jump us ahead like 2 whole videos. Will stinks a lot, no! Poor Will, he gets bullied so much. Absolutely crazy. Alright, here we go.
For our new viewers, could you let us know what portion of the ship we're looking at again?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we just slightly aft of the bow, where the flight and hangar deck started up again. I think this we're looking up in the background. We see this like large lattice structure. I think that's a piece of the flight deck that broke off, and it's leaning. We're gonna have to like do some fun maneuvering around that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a challenge.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike, absolutely. You're looking at the, it's peeled up and off to the side. That's that big sonar was.
That's what?
This is what you were seeing in the sonar.
Yeah.
That's a section of flight deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it was peeled back.
And we're looking at the underside of it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think this is the part of the flight deck that was over the front part near the bow. It probably peeled back in the water on its way down.
Jeez. That's a visual, just
Yep,
the flight deck on a ship peeling back from pressure.
Towards the stern on the port side currently.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stop us there. We're gonna jump forward quite a bit to... Are you still muted? You are.
Plowing into the seabed.
There we go.
It's shaped to be hydrodynamic, right? So sinking by it did actually sink by the bow. So it probably cut through, and it probably did not sink straight down. It probably sank at an angle because the bow would have it moving through the water. And we saw that with the USS Nevada, which did break into pieces. The stern was broken off, but the main hull drifted and was similar depth to this, but it was about, I don't know, 600 or 700 meters away from the debris field from where it was sunk that the main hull landed. So hulls will continue to cut through the water even as it's doing a vertical descent instead of a horizontal traverse.
Are we, just as rough context and estimate so people can sort of wrap their heads around it, are we talking about like single digits in miles per hour?
Wait, they dropped an atom bomb in the Nevada? What?
Likely.
Like as a test?
Their speed as they descend.
I really can't.
Not sure.
I don't know.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Cool. And that's always okay too, part of the exploration. Yes, Silver Spring?
There's been some modeling done for some of the deep water sites. Rob Church
No, for fun. Just for giggles.
Some of that as well.
Just to see what it's like.
Say, you know,
Merkle, I know you're having a giggle, mate. But I swear, sometimes some of these experiments really do read like, I don't know, we had the bomb, we had the ship, why not? Baker, last atom bomb with an actual name. What do we call? Why did we stop naming them? Why did we start naming them?
with this
Humans are
descent
wild.
of Akagi, if it would have matched what its speed would have been when, under full steam. But the dead weight of this thing being pulled down would have, clearly it's going down bow first. As to whether it sank even or tilted to one side, hard to say. What we do see in the sonar is the water that's displaced by the movement of the hull ultimately hits the seabed first.
Oh gosh.
That kind of signature is present on Titanic and other sites. And then this thing would have hit. Clearly what we've seen is evidence of plowing into the seabed. One of the questions we have is, while we saw a certain amount of sediment displaced off on the port side, if that same type of displacement is present on the starboard side. Because sometimes when these things hit, they don't just plow straight in, they tend to slide, in some cases slide sideways, and that was one of the things we saw with Nevada. With that as well, sometimes the ships will right themselves when they sink, even if they capsize. Certainly, Bismarck capsized as it went down and hit the seabed right side up. Nevada did not. Nevada rests on the seabed, having plowed in, but it is bottom up. Again, the more work we do, the more of these sites that we see and look at, the better we understand the processes behind them. Every bit of data that we collect is important.
Absolutely. Jim, I was especially interested and intrigued in the conversation we had while looking at the USS Yorktown on really trying to, with all of you in Silver Spring, about understanding the journey that ships take on their way from ship to shipwreck, and not only what happens on descent, but what happens to these ships over time as they rest on the seafloor, And I think that's what an incredible opportunity to sort of gain those insights from this really hallowed ground, from this really important historical site. We can start unwrapping a lot of science and start really figuring out how some of these stories are unfolding.
Yeah, so they were talking about how the ships like strike the bottom of the ocean floor. Apparently,
There's the writings there as well.
Oh.
Wow. If you're watching with us, we're just coming over to the starboard side of the stern where it looks like we may be gifted with the sharing of this ship's name, this vessel's name. I'm going to hand it over to Mike and the team ashore as if whatever they want to share as we walk through this experience.
Oh yeah, like you can
we're just seeing if we can get
the sediment.
Get a legible reading. So we were told by our colleague Asako, who's in Japan, that if it's 3 characters, it's hiragana instead of kanji. And this would mean, or the name Akagi meant Red Castle, and it was named for a province in Ganju, I believe. It still looks like, I wonder if it was like painted over patches of paint, you know what I mean? And that we're just seeing the undercoat that may be like
almost like they were on plates or something that
exactly.
came off.
Because it's like, if it were just the letters, I wouldn't expect to see squares here. I mean, it's almost like someone duct taped over them, you know. But I think they may have been painted onto these patches that we can't see. Can we get any more zoom on that? This is a better angle than the last one.
You know, the U.S. Navy during the war would often paint out the name and number and things as a security matter. And it's possible the Japanese did that too to hide the identity of the ship from the enemy.
That's what it looks like.
Deliberate. That does look. Yeah, they painted right over it.
Oh wow.
So there's another thing that we hadn't known before.
We think that they painted over it?
Yep.
Well, if this is still the Akagi, then it was subtle.
Yeah, at what point did they paint over it then?
Also,
I believe
look at those
Akafume
lilies.
is connected with us. Perhaps he could share.
Oh, that would be great.
It sounds like someone might be calling in.
Asaka pointed it out because she sent what the characters would be, and I think it's backwards from what she sent, but I think I can make out the embossed A on the right one.
Maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, almost like the paint underneath is, or like the symbol underneath is eroding.
It was embossed, but
hold on,
hold on. So I can see.
We agree.
What would it look like? Wikipedia is giving me the kanji. Actually, I kind of want to show you guys this image. So that's what it would have been before. Oh, there's the crest! The crest that we saw earlier. So that puts things. Yeah, I'm doing a thing. I'm doing a research. So that really puts it into context, because I was like confused about how we were going over the top, and then there was stuff on the side. But yeah, I think the flight deck just like fell over. That's crazy. I was trying to see if I could pull up what the kanji would look like, but we won't worry about that. We'll just continue watching. Or hiragana rather.
There's shapes.
The chrysanthemum, yes, yes.
Yep.
Oh, yep, I see it. It's coming in at just the right angle when the lights produce that little shadow.
Yep.
Wow.
I thought it was like that.
Very nice.
It's a truck. It's got a
Such a
drain.
great angle and zoom.
Porthole.
Oh my gosh, Brian.
That's a drain, yeah, on the after side.
Akafume, if you're there with us, we'd love to hear any thoughts as we look here at the name.
The problem with quit, it's okay to feed wild birds. Very highest searches, I see. Yes. Yes. Oh. Yeah, there it is. And you can see where the ship. I don't know what we've done to clear up the camera so much. Maybe we're just
This
closer.
feels especially sacred and important, and just want to honor the vessel and all of those who sailed on this vessel and the lives they lived on this vessel as it's revealing its name to us, although not totally deliberately. Looks like the story might be that there was an attempt to paint over the name, but such an honor to bear witness to this.
Hi, this is Jim Kimura from Japan. Yes, if it's in hiragana character, not kanji, then it has 3 characters.
Yeah.
But one of the square is not real square. That's I have a curiosity about it. So if it's kanji,
It would be 2.
It should be 2 characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So it should be the hiragana.
Yeah.
Yes.
So John Parshall
I've
just
been
chimed
seeing
in and said
Akage,
you
but
can
I believe
see
it's
what we're seeing
Akage.
is we're seeing the marks through the paint. So both Asako has noticed this, and John as well. You can see the A, you can see Ka, and then Gi.
Yeah.
So the double mark, yeah. So and Asako's mother also agrees that it's an A, which is cool.
That's awesome.
So Gi.
So the most left side that has a little bit awkward shape must be gi, pronounced in GI. And the small square notches picking up because of the sound that has something 2 dot on pronunciation of gi. So I think from right side to left side, akagi in 3 characters in hiragana.
Oh, thank you. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much. Mahalo nui for joining us.
Arigatou.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Asako, arigato. Arigatou gozaimasu.
All right, I think we can come full wide, if you don't mind.
I hope all the viewers at home also just feel the power and privilege of sitting in between our American and Japanese colleagues, working so closely as good friends and as experts in their field together to help us see this story and bear witness to this historic ship resting here 5,300 meters deep in Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument, just north of Koihilani or Midway Atoll.
Oh!
Alright.
Ricky, hello!
Yeah,
Welcome.
just getting a little bearing here.
Alright. Thanks everyone, that was
this is
that was
not
great
live.
to be able to see even through the paint. Yeah, it is worth waiting up.
I didn't catch all the conversation there, so it was confirmed?
Yeah, so we can see the
this is
embossed
the Akagi.
characters through the white paint, and Asako sent what it should look like, so that was the only reason that I was able to make out that it is in fact the embossed, like raised letters are still visible. So we got the A on the right, Ka and Gi on the left. So what we're gonna do now is kind of similar to what we did previously. We're gonna try to stay along this deck edge and lateral. However, keep in mind that after the first 10 or 30 meters, we're gonna have to rise up because the flight deck is gonna be
over on this side?
I don't think too much.
Okay. So maybe 20 meters and we can see how it looks there?
Yeah,
Right.
so we're going to hit the edge of the hangar deck that starts.
We're going to try and avoid doing that.
Yeah.
We're going to try to avoid hitting the edge of the hangar deck.
And it's going to be kind of a wall there. And the flight deck would have come out over it, but I don't think it's there anymore. And then we'll rise up to meet the top of the hangar deck and continue to lateral.
Cool.
And at a few points, once we get moving, I'm going to have us drop down to see if we can find torpedo damage, as well as those casemate guns on this side.
Alright. Sounds good. Alright. Bridge nav.
So I apologize for the very slow
20 meters at bearing 220.
Yes, you were saying?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
Nav got that in. Yeah, I apologize for the really slow follow-up here because it took a little bit to find, but there was some talk about like terminal velocities of sinking vessels. And
that's awesome.
yeah, I'm finding some papers that are putting some estimates of sinking velocities somewhere in the ballpark of 8 to 10 meters per second. I don't know how accurately that translates to this instance, but that gives you an idea of approximately how fast this may have sunk.
And Virginia found.
Yeah, that's a decent speed.
I did. It was. I did find online that the Titanic. They think it sank from the surface to the seafloor in 5 to 10 minutes.
Which puts it at about 35 miles per hour.
Right.
Wow.
And that is not. That's not much. I was saying under an hour, but I was. That's a lot faster than I thought.
Yeah.
Right.
However, I could not find many more articles supporting that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, it's still somewhere to base it on, right? It still gives us a scale. It's like we know it didn't take a day.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't like
so it's a
gently
scale.
floating down. It was like.
Which is why we see so much sediment plowed up.
Yeah. And with the area of that basically got cratered out by this impact would indicate that this one was moving pretty quickly. I'm having a little trouble finding information on this too, and most of what I found is behind a paywall that I can't get through at the moment. So I'm
they're just
I'm
like
looking
me for
for
real,
everything I can find.
Well, it's a very theoretical thing, and I'm not sure a lot of people have wanted to put the time into doing that, other than with Titanic, because it's very theoretical. There's no way to test it.
Yeah, it looks like there's some scaled tests that people have done in labs and some calculations based on the size of the debris field or the impact area. But yeah, it looks kind of tricky because a lot of this is empirically derived. Yeah, not a lot of practical modeling that I can see. And scaled stuff.
Compartments, and those are failing and imploding at random depths and stuff, right?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of complexity to it. Yeah, it's because air is going to be pushed out as the pressure increases. So yeah, there's a lot of that as well.
Yeah, and it can be really hard to kind of scale from like a small lab model of a process like this up to
20 meters a minute.
something on this scale. You know, there's always some estimates and assumptions that are made, so it's an easy number to think about, but a hard one to actually determine.
Mahalo, Dr. Val. We had many viewers wondering, so I think you answered a lot of questions and provided a lot of clarity for us all.
Oh, Virginia too.
Oh,
so,
yes,
yeah.
yes. Mahalo, Virginia.
And well, it's not a very definite answer, and between what Virginia and I found, it's a pretty big range there. So I hope that provides some context, but yeah, it's really difficult to pin down.
No, I think that provides the level of information that we needed. Like, we needed to know the scale. Was it 10 minutes? Was it an hour? Was it a day? You know, then that certainly provides that it was very fast, relatively.
Pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean, just the side scan shows us it was a very energetic impact. Yeah.
Energetic impact
Mike,
is certainly
I
a way to
question
put
for
it.
you from one of our viewers tuning in. They were just wondering about the area surrounding the wreck and if there would have been more aircraft littered around this area.
So we were thinking that
Once it's full of water, it'd be falling real quick.
But John Parcell, who wrote one of the books on the battle, indicated that there were only 2 Zeros, which are the Japanese fighter planes, on the vessel at the time that the bomb struck. Even so, with such a fire that raged across the entire ship, the aluminum parts would have all melted. So chances are that there's not much of a chance of finding an aircraft remaining on site.
Oh.
Okay. Mahalo, thank you for that.
So we probably won't see an aircraft, which, spoilers, I did skip ahead looking through each of the videos to see if we would, and I wasn't really seeing anything. But that would be why. The heat probably destroyed them. Oh, pardon me.
Okay, and yeah, Virginia, you found 35 miles per hour, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the estimate was 5 to 10 minutes, and then there was more information that I did not memorize.
That's okay. I just realized we were talking in very different units because I was looking at meters per second.
Yeah,
so
second is really fast.
Yeah, I just ran a quick conversion on that, and that's almost 18 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So that's actually a pretty decently constrained range through a couple of different sources.
All right.
I really can't. I can never get my head around meters per second. I know miles per hour because I drive a car, but meters per second, I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, I've had to switch between the two a bunch for various physics classes, so it's a hard conversion to make in your head.
Laughing European.
I can't picture
Riggy flexing.
Moving 1 meter per second. Like, I don't know. It's just
for those
it's
on
harder
YouTube,
to picture for me
these
the
are
miles per hour because I can understand like a car going by me at 20 versus a car going by me at 60. Like I understand the level of speed we're talking about.
Makes sense.
It's fast to walk, right?
Yeah.
Ah, fine.
I'd like to say thank you to the team. The identification of possible position of 3 characters definitely the moment, and I was very impressed. And I was not Soryu, not Kiryu, not Kaga, but it is Akagi. And number of reconstruction of Akagi in design and models, they don't reflect this information, the position of the names. And this is quite important information that successful archaeological data extracted from this expedition. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. It is great to be able to completely confirm with the name as well as the construction, and I appreciate you saying that. We're glad that you are able to join in.
This is the
Just want to share, we have a chat where many of our scientists ashore are participating.
What Brady said.
And one of our scientists shares, as a person who has literally had dreams about this ship since she is my favorite IGN carrier, you cannot imagine how amazing this is to witness. And for those who for many years have been working towards planning and attempting at seeing this ship, Akagi, which is being seen today, imaged like this for the very first time by ROV Atalanta. This sort of long-spanning international cooperation and scientific and archaeological endeavor. Thank you to everyone who's put so much work in over the years. Again, just feel so lucky to have been invited into this space in between and along this thread. So what a treat to bear witness to Akagi and all that it means to so many people.
IJ and Akagi, one of the 4 fleet carriers at Midway. Yes, yes, as Lewis said.
I think we were also reminded to...
They just found the letters painted out, but you can kind of see
Yorktown, that the servicemen and women who were on this ship also celebrated holidays, birthdays. They had a life on this ship. They worked, served on it, as well as sacrificed for it and for their nation. So it is really humbling to see this.
You can see the sediment build up along the side.
First time, and to share this experience with all of you in the control van, ashore, and around the world. So mahalo, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, they were just talking about like how hard it might have hit.
While we're waiting
and
to get set
you can really
up here,
see that sediment, like it's really...
Just acknowledge that this expedition is funded by the NOAA Office of Ocean Exploration and Research through the Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute. We have just here on board 32 scientists, students, and engineers representing 17 institutions, including the University of Maryland, Search Inc., NOAA Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, University of Hawaii at Manoa, University of Hawaii at Hilo, University of New Hampshire, University of Rhode Island, University of California, Los Angeles, University of California, Long Beach, University of Louisiana at Lafayette, Florida State University, University of South Florida, Seattle University, Palau International Coral Reef Center, Guam Coral Reef Initiative, Purple Maya Foundation, Concord High School, and of course the Ocean Exploration Trust, and that's just here on board in Exploration Command Center. Joining us via audio or in their home institutions, we have a couple dozen folks representing various institutions, including NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration and Research, Search Inc., Naval History and Heritage Command, Air Sea Heritage Foundation, the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, via the Henry Jackson Foundation, Nauticus Inc., Azul Mar International Midway Memorial Foundation, Tokyo University of Marine Science and Technology, Tokai University. And that's just the people you hear on the audio and the chat. We have for this expedition alone over 100 individuals from government, non-government, academic, and private sector. Mahalo to you all. And last but certainly not least, the privilege to do this work through a permit authorized by NOAA, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the State of Hawaii, and the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Thank you.
Wow. Hiya, have you ever considered sending those guys a video resume to be like a presenter for their videos and do things like reading he's doing like sponsors, etc. Seems more like a streamer job than a marine biologist job. There are actually people on board who like we joke, but there's like professional clip maker on board who handles all like the video feed. Actually, let me bite my tongue. That's the case on the Falcor too. I don't know if that's the case with Nautilus. But to answer the question, I've definitely considered it. I may or may not be trying to build a more robust audience and body of work before I approach anyone about possible collaboration. Also, Nautilus and NOAA are both government organizations, and they have specific rules about who they can interact with. With Schmidt Ocean, it's a little more loose, and they do enjoy collaborating with artists, so Are you saying there's a chance? But basically, my goal for the next like year or so is to establish myself as what would be known as an informal educator. I don't have an education. I don't have like a teaching degree, but I can still kind of guide people through stuff, you know? Anyway. Yeah. Schmidt might be the way there. Yeah.
Thanks, Daniel. That's,
Schmidt likes my tweets sometimes. We're basically besties.
How collaborative this expedition is.
Yeah, gosh, like the sediment.
None of this could happen.
Oh no, my hand.
Each and every one of those people. Thank you for naming them.
They have clippers. They need a VTuber. They do. Come, Azure Lane player. After
So
this, maybe I will.
Gratitude coming from familiar voices: Daniel Wagner, Megan Cook, our co-expedition leaders, who have done.
Okay, sorry to pause again, but because I don't want to talk over them because they are talking about important things. One, scale is really hard to establish on these. Briggy says no. Concole is the proper way. Fair. It's really hard to establish scale, but these are huge like patterns in the sediment here. Like, I think Bergie. Let me scroll back up. I don't want to. I'm like lying about chat here. Someone said, yeah. Bergie said there must have been a huge plume to build up that much in a relative short time. So things at the bottom of the ocean move relatively slowly, but this is just a massive pile of sediment that is up against the ship here. And it's very easy to visualize that it hit the floor. It hit the ocean floor like with force. What did someone say earlier? Very energetic. Yes, very energetic.
So much to ensure that this expedition could happen.
Downside KC isn't available worldwide.
They know that it's a collaborative effort better than most, and they know how important everyone is. It's wonderful to have great leadership guiding us into these waters, and we appreciate the both of you very much.
So we are going to pull back because they don't want to hit the flight deck?
Yes, mahalo, Megan and Daniel, our expedition leads, our expedition alakai. You have both just carried your kuleana, your responsibility, with such grace and stillness and wisdom, carefully making decisions and leading the team cautiously through these waters, navigating archaeological sites such as the past two dives and then even our previous dive. So it has been a privilege working with you folks and learning with you too. So mahalo to Megan Cook and Daniel Wagner. Kalamai.
Yeah, Mahina and I were talking just, I think it was just yesterday or maybe the day before with a group of students from Waimea, Kanuokaina, and just reflecting on the most important roles on a va'a kaulua or voyaging canoe, or on an exploration vessel. And well, we did have to say that the cooks might come in first. It was the captains and navigators. It was the expedition leaders, the alakai, who had to carry so many decisions. Everyone is vital. We have pillows downstairs. Say, you are mission critical. I love those pillows in the lounge because it's true for everyone. But yeah, it's amazing to see everyone filling their role so masterfully, from navigators to ROV pilots, video engineers, our science team, our data loggers just quietly over there, kukui, our little light just typing away, logging all of this footage and making sure the science can continue for years and decades to come, to Mahina, bringing such critical cultural perspective and sensibility and knowledge of this place as someone who's genealogically tied and connected to it, and a great communications team. So, and that is just the people on board, as Daniel pointed out. So many amazing folks participating in this. So
we also have this wonderful ship's crew who are keeping the engines going.
Not going anywhere without those guys. They're doing an amazing job here on board, and we're so thankful.
Yeah, on every vessel, whether it's a Va'akolua traditional Hawaiian sailing canoe or an exploration vessel such as the
Not the big
Nautilus,
boss,
every
hello.
single person on board is critical. They all have a kuleana responsibility, and each person carries that responsibility throughout the day and throughout the entirety of the mission or the expedition or the voyage. So every single person, you know, working together. In Hawaii, we say it's a kako thing, it's an everybody thing, and it's
Midway
a laulima
Shipwrecks, you mean the
effort,
4
which
carriers?
means laulima is
We
means
are
that
on the
there's many
Akage right
hands
now,
involved.
yes.
And, you know, as Daniel had mentioned before, that there are many partners involved. You know,
We looked at the
this is a process getting up until this
Wednesday.
point, being able to execute
Last
this.
Wednesday.
And it even took a weather window, cooperation with the weather, you know, which determined if we were going to be able to safely go down here with ROV Atalanta. So many different parts at play, cultural unity, collaboration around the world. So we're just really humbled to be a part of this experience and to be here on board.
The clouds,
this
the
is the
wind,
Akage.
the waves, the depth, the currents, Kanaloa in its entirety, and Kane as well, Papahanao Mokuakea, gifting us with this revelation, bringing us Akagi out of the depths. Yeah, cannot forget probably the greatest mahalo comes for our ocean and our planet that's keeping us safe out here and allowing us to explore.
Most definitely, yeah.
Mike, or yeah,
hold on 1 second.
No sightings
Nav,
of Michael
how is
Phillips
the,
yet.
How's our move going?
We're
So
hopeful,
yeah,
though.
I got us kind of preemptively continuing that move.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, and I see kind of up here on the sonar that maybe
How it
that
gets taller, yeah.
that hangover
Yeah.
you're talking about might
Yeah.
be coming out.
Some of that.
Yeah.
Maybe in like 25 meters. So I think by the time we settle out, we'll be pretty close to that.
Okay, yeah, great. Thanks.
And I was just going to ask Mike or folks who are over in Maryland or in Japan, as we move up the starboard side, what viewers might expect to see, what we're anticipating, looking for, or looking at in this next move or two.
Yeah, so this we're going to be doing the same thing we just did on the port side. We're going to be looking along the deck edge, the flight deck and the hangar deck, looking at that some of the damage there and what remains of it. To get an idea of some of the collapse, but we're also going to be looking, so the starboard side is the side that the 4 Japanese destroyers fired torpedoes at to scuttle the ship. So I'm fairly certain that a lot of that's going to be buried in the mud, but we're going to drop down in a few places as we go along to see if we can see any evidence of that in the the holes in the hull from the torpedo damage like we did on Yorktown yesterday. We're probably only going to go, we're not going to go all the way to the bow, but we'll probably go maybe 3/4 of the way because we covered some of that at the beginning of the dive, and then we're going to come up and look at the top of the flight deck and look for I'm sure that the bomb damage has been eradicated by other burning and damage, but we're going to look at the condition
Someone's
of the
touching the mic.
deck.
Great, thank you.
Fellas, I think it's a bit too
Over
late
the
for
next,
rescue.
36 hours.
Yeah, I don't know if Flexcape could save this one.
It will be slow. We are moving patiently. I know our navigator, Catalina, who's doing an amazing job. She's commented how she just sometimes wishes she could just give the line a tug and make it move a little bit faster. She's strong enough to do it, but it's just not how it works. So we have to be patient.
Final
And,
orientation. Oh,
and,
really?
The ROV pilots and our navigators are working so well together along with the bridge to keep the ROV safe in the and right position, best position for viewing the ship. And
yeah, this was a.
John Parshall is.
I knew it was an important battle, but I didn't.
The flight
I
deck
didn't
support
get it.
aft of the bulkhead is completely gone, which the part that you see the bottom or the middle of the screen. There's like a curve up of the deck there. That was the that's the curved bulkhead, and there was a support for the flight deck that's completely missing. So the flight deck would have been above us.
So just a vertical beam that would have been going straight up there and holding the flight deck in position.
So the flight deck went almost all the way to the stern, so that's completely gone. And that
Okay,
would have
so
been
I'm gonna pause real quick. Did I close it? I closed it. Let me go get the Wikipedia article again so you guys can see what this looked like before it was underwater. Yeah, so this is the before. So we saw that chrysanthemum crest, and I think we're traveling along this side. Actually, no, we might be coming from the other way now. I'm honestly a bit disoriented. That happens. Rival asks, why do we keep polluting the ocean with big tin cans? Because war. War never changes. We have to always put the tin cans in the ocean. So yeah, this is... Oh. So this was 17th of June 1927 with 3 flight decks visible. In the span of half a day, the tides of the Pacific War changed with the sinking of the 4 Japanese carriers. Yeah, it was a battle. Probably underway in 1929 with aircraft on the upper deck. We unfortunately haven't seen any aircraft, and we probably won't. They were saying the heat at which things burned probably destroyed the aluminum parts, and then the ocean probably would have reclaimed everything else. Yeah, it's wild to me. It's just like, here's a destroyer. All right, we put a flight deck on it. Akagi had a sister ship, Agami, which was a battle cruiser about to be converted when an earthquake broke her keel. That's crazy. It's crazy, like the things that influence history to the outcome that we end up with. So this is a Mitsubishi B1M, which is one of the planes that would have been on board. The big Tokyo quake. Yeah, and again, like, it's hard. The scale of things is hard with the ROV when you're like looking through murky water, and you can't really tell what's going on. This was a big ship. But yeah, this is just the Wikipedia. I just wanted to show what we're kind of looking at.
One of the supports there, looking at.
What killed Yakagi and Soryu was the fact that the hangars were full of fully fueled, and armed aircraft, since they had to keep the deck clear for Zero's
that would have been a little bit
and
behind us,
combat
actually,
air
that
patrol
first,
fighting the
support,
Americans.
not even the first, but one of the supports.
It's really murky.
Looks like a starboard side.
We also had to pull up and away because
another 8-inch gun.
the flight deck kind of bled. And we don't want to hit the flight deck as we travel.
For you listening in, we have another 8-inch gun here on the starboard side.
After Midway, any remaining Japanese carriers fueled and armed planes on the flight decks.
So we were also given a story in science chat about one of the soldiers, one of the folks who sailed on Akagi. The youngest casualty of this battle.
Oh no.
Is 15-year-old third-class seaman Tsuchiya Ryosaku, who died aboard Akagi. He was 4 months shy of his 16th birthday when he perished.
Oh my gosh.
World War II was brutal.
It was such a time in our world's history. Can't imagine being 15 years old and out at sea,
serving
away from home, serving your country, and knowing you were going to face the kind of battle, kind of environments that these ships were facing. These were highly innovative. This kind of warfare was. I know Mike and our archaeologist team can speak more to this, but you know, this kind of naval and air warfare was being in some ways tested, you know, on this scale for the first time. Mike also shared how the ship was scuttled. It was sank intentionally by the Japanese, so it was Japanese torpedoes, even though it took a lot of battle damage.
I don't want to talk over them, but I don't want to ignore chat either. TK, who's also very familiar with history, says the Akagi almost survived, but 3 American dive bombers pulled out of formation to go for the Akagi. 2 of the 3 dive bomber squadrons went for the Kaga. I mean, weren't there a lot of teenagers that served in the Royal Navy back in the Age of Sail? Yeah, I think lying about your age to get into the military was very much a thing. I don't know if that was the case here, or if it was just the nature of the conflict meant they were taking very young people. We still feel it to the day here in some ways. Mainly we keep finding unexploded stuff. Yeah. Lord Nelson was a kid when he started his career. Triftum, welcome, by the way. Hello. It was common with almost all naval powers. Rose fell for the propaganda. Yeah, to be fair, it was a time. It was very much a time.
Severe battle damage. The Japanese
What killed Hiryu was
torpedoed Akagi
stated the
to send it to these
surface
depths
fleet instead of launching its planes and falling back.
before evacuating the ship. But of course, there were folks in the course of the battle who were no longer alive when it was time to evacuate, and
yeah,
including folks as young as 15.
Yeah.
Nautilus Shore Party, we have an answer to an earlier question.
But this is why this is a little bit more of a somber dive.
That we were seeing here was the result of that near miss.
It was considered normal at the age of sail.
Passing here now is the same bend on the other side, and John
13 was when you could be a ship's boy.
And it's very clear here, you know, visually as we look at it. We've also just passed the remains of a lattice structure on which one of the Carly floats or life rafts
There's some kind of critter.
would have been stowed.
Is
the
that a critter?
stubs of that have survived, and now
that is not a critter. Okay.
On the second.
I thought that was floating in the water column, but no. Not the ducks.
Oh, thank you, John and Silver Spring, for continuing to bring this Akagi shipwreck back to life for us and identifying its parts and the stories of damage.
Until the 1870s, you could join the U.S. military at the age of 12 as a drummer boy. Oh gosh!
Welcome.
In the age of sail, Navy service started at age 12. Gosh.
I think we are about settled out here, and I believe if we keep on a similar heading, we should clear that kind of area that was jutting out. If that's another 20 meters that way?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Are we facing inward right now?
Not the Big Spaz says, I'd expect a lot more fishies. We are 3 miles down.
20 degrees in.
We are living in extreme.
That could also be sticking out.
Catalina, if you didn't hear Silver Spring, there could be a few more guns that are also sticking out as we move forward.
Yeah, we had to come up because
yeah.
Light deck's right here.
Alright, so
But if you're alright with that bearing and just coming up when we get there?
We've pulled up to avoid getting entangled with the flight deck. Keep in mind we're at a depth of 18,011 feet. Would make Everest look like an island with an elevation of 11,020 feet. A little over 2 miles. Yeah, we're in it. We've seen some shrimp. We've seen some little jelly creatures. But it's unlikely we'll see anything like a fish. Like, we're down there. I'm gonna jump us ahead just a little bit. And then I will skip us around a bit and see, Oh, yeah, not the Big Boss. Thank you for coming in. Please have a good one. I'm gonna go... Yeah, we are all floating down here on an umbilical, very rockily. I'm getting motion sick. Hi, Skip, you're gonna spoil the plot. No. Spoilers, the ship sank. Spoilers for World War II.
That doesn't sound. Mizuma was sunk later on after the initial aerial battle.
Thank you, Mike. We do have some more really interesting information coming in from our Science Ashore team. John shared that there's an amazing Japanese book by a woman named Soachi Hasai, forgive me if that's a poor pronunciation, that has the name, rank, birth, province, and age at time of death of every one of the 3,057 Japanese who perished during the battle, and all of the Americans as well. It's an astonishing piece of research. And just that information alone, just a reminder of how solemn and sacred this place is. All of these wrecks that Mike was talking to us about, this entire battle, considered a historic turning point in the war. But maybe more importantly, just a very human resting place, a place that's so sacred, no matter which side you look at it from. We're so honored to be here and humbled to be here.
Thank you for mentioning the book. Yes, Miku Sawachi lately published this book, and there was a series of interviews of the family of the crew in both sides, actually. There was some ongoing research on the Midway battle steers happens in Japan. And this expedition certainly provides a new perspective to the current ongoing research. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I think this here is the edge of the remaining flight deck. So from here to the stern, it's missing. I think this is the first. Well, it's either the flight deck or just below at the hangar deck, or like no, I think it is the flight deck. But it does look peeled back here, or just missing its.
Turning out Azure Lane spoilers. Oh no.
Gun mounts here, though?
Yeah, you can see the anti-aircraft gun at the very bottom in that gun tub, the semicircle there.
Yeah,
that's the gun
right.
there. That's the anti-aircraft gun.
Very similar to the Yorktown there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're similar in style. And so there's.
Oh, I missed something in chat.
Sure, yeah.
Sorry.
There's going to be a couple of
Fun
these.
fact: Nautilus is the same ship that found the wreck of the Bismarck and the ocean liner. Wait, really? Nautilus found the Titanic?
Up on this deck level?
Yeah.
John's pointing out that's a 96 mount for the anti-aircraft
gun.
Yeah.
With directors in between. And June, thank you for that. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Jim, when you say the directors in between, what are those?
The gun directors were staged. If you see, if you zoom out at the more reflective piece of metal that was used to trigonomically measure distances and help guide the anti-aircraft fire.
And they're in between the mounts.
So
oh,
are
I
these
see.
just optical, or do they have radar-guided guns?
Optical, as I recollect. So pretty soon as we keep going along this, we may very well start to see the landing light arrays, which would have been on the edge of the flight deck if this is preserved and not
Coming out.
mounted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is the lattice I think that underlaid the flight deck.
So is that a piece of wood that's still on top of that lattice, or what is that?
It could be. It may be wood. It may be just like a light metal coating covering that the wood was.
Oh, this is not. This is not live. This is a.
There's a ladder
We're watching
there.
VODs again.
Going down from the flight
We
deck
will
to
hopefully be watching
hangar
stuff
deck.
live soon. Ah, ready.
Couple more guns there.
Probably not wrecks though. It'll probably just be like, just dives. From the start to the end of World War II, the Japanese
Mike was
had a
only
total of
slightly
30 carriers.
exaggerating earlier when
In
he
the
said
same
we'd be
frame,
down
the
here
US
for another
had
36
100.
hours, but it's I think we are expecting,
112.
anticipating being on the bottom for another 8 or 9. Right?
Yeah, we plan to come off bottom at 0700.
0700
Yeah, this was a
Hawaii
long
Standard
dive.
Time, so we do have quite a bit of exploration left. Just incredible to be given the conditions and opportunity to spend so much time down here with Akagi.
Just to also come back to us, he's put up in the chat, he's put up a drawing of the gun gallery that, we're currently hovering over.
Yep.
With the
Details on my
smaller
body.
optical directors between the gun tubs.
It was like an unshielded Type 95.
U.S. shipbuilding in World War II is launching a new ship almost every half an hour. That's insane.
Yeah,
That's
it looks
crazy.
like a metal covering there that probably was between this lattice and the wooden deck.
Okay, thanks.
Are there many models or drawings or paintings of the ship that are available for public viewers to see?
Oh,
yeah.
I have this book of 3D drawings here, but there's if you Google the plans or the drawings of Akagi, you will come up with there's quite a few drawings that you can see, and yeah, try do what we're doing and try to match up things that you see on the screen to parts of the wreck. Or parts of the ship. It's a very complicated puzzle.
Yeah.
And John's just saying,
The
both
ship
the
took a
mounts and
lot of
directors were
damage.
unshielded, so.
And then they were
1930,
talking about like the
1935.
forces involved in it, like sinking and hitting the ocean floor.
Alright,
Like,
do you want to continue along?
Yes,
here?
please.
Yeah. Let's keep about a similar bearing.
Thank you, John. I just saw that in the chat. Yep.
Bridge nav.
Get John's book if you want to see all those images.
He should type in his ISBN number.
That's pretty funny.
For those of you out there, we are very fortunate to be joined by
the inrush of
John
water from a
Marshall and
sinking
Tony
ship
Tully,
can pull people in
whose
and
book
prevent them
Shattered
from swimming away.
Swords
Yeah.
is a tour de force history. The battle, but in particular draws not only, it draws from both sides and with an incredible amount of detail and references and human history from both sides. We've got it here with us. It is the must-have resource.
Japan had not
If you
surrendered
really want to
after
know
the
about
second
this
atomic bomb.
battle,
U.S. is going to carry out.
buy their book.
Yeah, it
And
was
we're
gonna
very
get
fortunate to have them both here. And for those of you in the public that are hearing, in our science, we have a chat line where we got a chat line, so it's ISBN 978157488.
It was gonna get worse than that. It was already bad. Yeah.
So
It's fantastic.
our operators are standing by.
Jeez.
I have not played the game, but there is from what I understand, kind of a free online naval game called World of Warships. Some of our viewers are interested in, and some of replicas or models of Akagi and Kaga and many of the other ships that sunk at the Battle of Midway are kind of characters in World of Warships. So I haven't vetted or stepped into that space at all, but
Well, World of Warships not
right.
I was waiting for it to be Azure Lane. I was about to lose it.
We appreciate the dedicated research that goes into creating these books. can help us remember and better understand what took place over those days and weeks and longer.
The Japanese captured an uninvolved U.S. pilot around the time who had no idea that what nukes even were, as info on them was highly classified. And when they went to interrogate him, he completely bluffed and made up buzzwords to describe how they worked and claimed the U.S. already had hundreds. They hadn't even finished constructing a third and were going to glass all of Japan. For a second, when he said "Right," I was like, "Oh no, here it comes." Thank you for the World of Warships sponsorship, sir. Japanese believed him, and yet many of the higher officers wanted to keep fighting. Apparently, the higher-ups were just... surrender was just not an option.
Are we in that move?
We are, yeah.
We are ended, or we...
No, it just started.
Like, a lot of people lower down were like, it's time to stop. But the higher-ups... And again, I'm not a historian. I'm an anime girl on the internet. Who didn't do her homework to even find out what ship this would be. But that is my very general understanding. They knew if the Midway pilot was correct, they would definitely die, and they were like, dang, that would be such a cool death! Oh no!
So in case any of our viewers have just joined us, we are located right now in the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument in the North Central Pacific. And we are currently doing a video-only deep dive on the IJN Akagi, which was a Japanese carrier lost after the Battle of Midway in 1942.
I need to check a thing with my stats. Hold on, I'm gonna...
And this is actually the first ever dive on this wreck. It was located using side-scan sonar back in 2019. And we are, for the first time, documenting this wreck in detail.
Oh! Oh no!
Well, we're kind of on top of it right here, so... I can try and lateral over.
Oh, I punched that one. No.
That's right, Val. It's so interesting to me to get to witness such interdisciplinary research, because this expedition is taking place over 4 weeks. And Papahanaumokuakea is so rich biologically, geologically, culturally, archaeologically. There's so many aspects and dimensions. So, we still have a couple more weeks of diving to do. Some of which will be archaeological in nature, but most of which will be geological and biological in nature after this.
Need to turn this off for
amazing to watch
serious
colleagues from very different disciplines find opportunity and reason to come together in the ocean, in the deep sea, and learn so many new things, but also think about our own fields in new ways, and it's
absolutely,
really fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know if I...
Ray, I was just starting a deep ocean,
On the laterals, we're gonna swing right into it. Yeah. So there's that.
Oh, we'll wait here for a second.
I mean, maybe we can take a quick glimpse down there.
Yeah, if you think it's safe.
If you think it's safe is such an ominous thing to hear when watching these.
Mike, is this where we're anticipating potentially getting to see some of the torpedo damage you were mentioning earlier, or are we not there yet?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, it struck in 4 spots. I'm not really sure exactly where, but we're gonna drop down a couple of times
bunch of rubber duckies floating around? That would be kind of cool. The Emperor called for surrender, was planning, and eventually did offer his life for his people. Several generals revolted against the emperor, and there's a near coup, as one general with a sword held a platoon. Well, they were.
For a little more historical
recording
context,
of-
it's probably mentioned earlier, but my understanding is that, at least with the Yorktown and likely with the sinking of the Akagi as well and the other associated vessels, it took place almost exactly 6 months after the Battle of Pearl Harbor, which of course really ignited a war in the Pacific, and at least from the U.S. perspective, and only 6 months later, a key turning point, and as we just learned, significant loss of life, turning these already sacred waters of Papahanaumokuakea into adding an extra layer of kauna, right, Mahina, an extra layer of meaning, of context, embedded in this library of knowledge that we associate with Kaiuli, with this deep sea, and such a,
Still got a ways to go to
you know, it's still from the USS Yorktown, which we were on a couple days ago, and
It's
has
so
already
eerie
seems
coming
like
through
moved
the
into the
murk,
distant
and then
past.
there's suddenly this sharp video.
Yeah,
Learning
maybe
so much, processing so
we should
much.
probably let it settle out and see where we are without the laterals, and then I can get us
We're
off
gonna
of
be
it.
right if I let it off.
No, I know, but if we come up, and then I can figure out how to get us back and away.
If we could just take a quick glimpse down there, and then
Yeah.
get back out of here.
Sure. Yep.
Go down a little bit more.
Yeah, just kind of go down quick and just take a
Zach
look.
and Robert and Catalina working so well together and closely together in the front row, along with the bridge, to bring us images that are really hard to get on a single ROV system. We
Yeah.
have to be mindful of that cable and
Oh, we're still dropping.
doing
There's
things
like
so
stuff
carefully,
under
but
us.
with
We're
so
still
much skill.
dropping.
You know, look up or up?
Yeah, I don't know if you could tell anything down there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like an explosion there. Looks like it's just some hull plating may have broken off at some point.
There's also shrimp. You can see the little
Yeah, we
shrimp.
can come back up. Thank you.
Yeah, let's get clear of that.
Yeah, Catalina, if our next move can put us like a little further to the side, then we'll be able to do that a little bit better. and
Sorry,
safer.
I'm looking at the incubator again. Guys, I think Theta's gonna stay a pebble. I don't think Theta wants to ascend to bird.
You're kind of sticking out a ways.
So the lateral's off, and we're gonna drift back in a little bit. That way I can get a.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think I'll probably be like over the top of this.
Yeah. Maybe would 5 meters be enough clearance? 10 meters? Once, like if we're lined up with the very
Maybe
edge.
it'd be better to go 10, and then I can lateral the other direction to try and get over there.
Dorn is still egging, yes. Dorn.
Yeah, are
10
you,
off.
You're going to move directly off?
Life of Bird is
Is
a
that what
hard
you're
one.
saying?
I
Just
understand.
directly off of
Directly
there?
off,
Okay.
like 10 meters, and I can.
Actually, I haven't seen if Dorn laid a new one today. She really should be done by now.
Just want to point out that
Angie was a bit
this gun
extreme.
tub is 120
Pre-World War
millimeter
II
anti-aircraft
assassination,
gun, and
attempted
as you'll
assassination
see, 81 years later, it is still pointing skyward, locked in place from where it was.
Oh gosh,
as
yeah,
the
you can
battle
see
raged,
it's still.
shooting at the aircraft that were coming down.
Yep.
And
Okay, zoom in.
ultimately destroying the test.
I haven't seen Dorn laid a new egg today. Walks out to 5 new eggs. I don't know how she's making them. She's doing
Around
like
there?
one a day. It's
You want
insane.
to go down where that kind
Yeah,
of door
like-
hatch is.
Right, you can see. They were just saying how it's still. Yeah.
Again, Silver Spring, we're so thankful for the storytelling capacity coming from Exploration Command Center, just reminding us of that around that gun would have been sailors in position as the battle raged, pointing that to the sky, trying to defend against aerial attack.
Okay, can you zoom back out?
Okay, coming up.
Hard to imagine those sailors a little bit now, 5,300 feet below the surface of the ocean, but we appreciate your reminder and the humanity that you're bringing to this vessel.
Yeah, Dan, and there's many, I believe there's many dimensions to
language, culture, and history. And when we do this work, this exploration, especially in the Kaiuli, these depths of the ocean, the information that we uncover, it really unfolds a new way and reframes how we see these stories, how we see these histories, and how we connect them.
So it is, I have roughly 2 hours left in my stream. I need to take a midstream break. I was thinking I might play a video game after this, but we'll see. We'll see. I always feel bad when I split my stream into like 2 different parts. And I really would be inclined to... I don't know. I guess let me take a break, and when we get back, we will see what is going on. Decide how the last 2 hours of stream are going. Yeah. It's kind of bizarre, given how much less extreme Japan has been over in the 20s and earlier. Japan's soldiers in World War I and Russo-Japanese War were remarked upon as being remarkably civilized. I think after World War I, everyone was like, everybody was too chill with everybody else. But we need to change that. Suction Bluebird has redeemed calibrate, so we're gonna stretch. You're gonna wiggle them fingies. If you were sitting on your legs, stretch them legs out. Stand up and do some excited little duck steppies. Let's go. Do them duck steppies. Wah, 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 wah. And once you are all stretched out, dab. Alright, no, Spicy, it's time for chill. Spicy, it's time for chill. I'm gonna step away. Give me like 5 to 10 minutes, probably more than 5, probably less than 10, and I will be back. Let's go. There we go. I am back. All right. Wow. Okay, so we could do a couple things from here. Welcome back. Let's go. Wow. Were you guys, was Spicy just being chaotic the whole time I was gone? Spicy eats orange, lights fire in the chat. Well, back into the sea with you. Yeet Spicy back into the ocean. And then Spicy floats for 40 nights and 40 days upon the Pacific. Will Spicy make her own... Well, Spicy's gonna be Wilson. Hello. Cheetah, hello. I tried to rein her in, but there's only so much a not chaotic one such as myself can do. I see. Bluebird, you were limited by your bonds.
Products, learning products, and supportive.
Well, to not be overly chaotic. So let's see. You guys are great. Yeah. Oh my gosh, big yawns. Alright. I'm staying focused. We can do more dives. We can spend more time with the Akagi. I wanna say at some point they also find the Kaga? Let me take a look at this. Maybe not. I actually might be wrong. So let's see. Okay, so photo recorded by Ocean on September 10th, 2023. So, this is September 9th? No, this is... Oh, this dive happened on September 11th. Okay, I've got to get into a different window where I can see their serial number names. I think I do want to take us. I think I do want to see if we can't see the Kaga. So let me go into there over here. And we're gonna scroll down to September. Wait, let me double check how they. It's month, day. File names include year, month, day. Okay, so yeah, so 9. Put Spicy in a teacup. Little spicy cat put in teacup. Okay, so this was on the 10th. Am I stupid? Chat, I might be stupid. Did somebody just fat finger that? Because this is one that says it's on the 10th in the middle of ones that say they're on the 11th. ISO 8601. Huh? I need to be commenting on these so I know which ones we've watched. Okay, that was the ship. Not the ship, that was the... I'm about to say heck it and let's watch Dead Space just so I don't have to sort through these. Make us whole? I'm very tempted. I'm very tempted to make us whole again. Okay, so yeah, that was a submersible. Let me double check what they were saying. Yeah, photos recorded by the ocean. From September 8th to 12th, 2023. I would really like to see the Kaga, honestly. Let me see if I can't find it real quick. So it's gotta be 09 and then 10. Am I too far back? We could honestly just watch their highlights though. That's another option. Pardon me. It doesn't help that all of these dives are in the same, like, expedition, so I can't... It's hard to separate out what the heck is going on. Heck is going on? Okay, so this is... This is a playlist of 13 from the 11th. Is there another playlist of 13 from the 10th? It's a playlist of 13th from the 12th. Give me a minute, chat. I'm stupid. See, this is a playlist of 12... 9? Do they not have it up yet? Maybe they just don't have it up yet. I'm seeing all the dates except the 10th. Except where there's one from the 10th in the middle of a playlist that I'm pretty sure somebody just fat-fingered naming it. Let's just watch their highlight videos. Let's do that. And then maybe I'll make us whole. Oh yeah, there's like actually really good highlight videos, so we'll do that. I'll make us donut holes. Okay, so where is this? Okay, this was uploaded like 8 months ago. That's why I wasn't seeing it from the archives, because I gotta go all the way back here. See, there's the Japanese sub, which we should actually watch these because we saw them getting the video, but we gotta see what they made of it. Here you go. Here's the Kaga. Let's go. Let's go. See, this one says it's the 12th. The other article said it was the 10th. I'm gonna bully Nautilus. Oh, sorry.
That's excellent visibility. It's almost like this portion of the wreck lies in a trench where the mud was pushed up perhaps by the impact.
Yeah, it's a trench made by itself.
And then the wreck falls away a little bit and opens a trench between the hull and the slope there.
Do you know what the identifying characteristic of this is as versus the Soryu?
Well, the length is a big one because it's about 100 feet longer. The casemate guns, the size of the venting stack, and the name at the stern.
Yeah, we were surprised to see the name, pleasantly surprised to see the Akagi.
I also want to personally thank you for the hard work. I've spent a lot of time at sea. I know these glorious moments that we get to celebrate with distinguished guests are the culmination of many hundreds and hundreds of hours of hard work, of survey, of getting the tech right and the engineering right. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything you all are doing, and I look forward to being able to share the imagery that we've got right now, as well as some of the stories that everyone has to tell with the guests that are gathering here in Silver Spring. Thank you. Back over to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this piece, this curved piece that's bent outwards. John on the science chat was thinking it was either decking flopped outwards or top. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, it's strange. Like it doesn't have room to fit like adjacent to and against the barbette.
Right.
And there wasn't, or was there a lip? Maybe it was vertical and it was poking out over it.
Either that or it's pushed up.
Yeah,
and it's bent down, but I don't know what that curve would be. Thank you, John. He's pointing out that it's looking like it's the bulge at the water line, and we're very low down. And looking at the diagram, one of the reference diagrams we have in cross-section, significant part of the upper superstructure is gone, whereas yesterday we're looking at the Akagi's flight deck, albeit, a massively damaged and mostly missing flight deck. At least that level was there. Here, we simply are not seeing that upper level at all. Can we zoom in the interior?
Yeah, that's what Ed was talking about a minute ago. He said...
I don't think that's a ladder.
It's not a ladder.
Just frame of something else.
Oh, there's an anemone. It was actually on the hull.
It probably thinks it's special.
It does.
And what about this line that's running horizontally from left to right with a break right at this point?
Is that a degaussing line?
It could be one of my favorite features of the degaussing wire. A lot of times those degaussing wires are in parallel, 2 or 3, around the whole ship. This is single, but maybe that is what it is.
It's also underneath the portholes, which isn't really where that would have been.
It's generally pretty low down, but...
Yeah, we're probably at the lowest level anyway.
That's nice and clear.
Yeah.
I'm going to say we're right around 5 meters away.
Yeah, that's a good spot.
Mike or Hans, can y'all remind us of what kind of damage Kaga took on? I know that it was scuttled with torpedoes, I'm assuming, but were there bombs like what we were talking about with Akagi?
Oh yeah, definitely. In the confusion of battle, it's hard for pilots to always confirm whether they have a hit or a near miss, but ultimately when putting together all those reports and first-hand evidence, we're looking at a number of bombs that struck the flight deck. The Kaga was hit early, and there are maybe 500 bombs that struck the deck, and a 1,000-pound bomb as well. So multiple direct hits on the flight deck, igniting the fires, damaging the fire suppression system, wreaking havoc.
Wow.
Really, terrible fires.
If you've been following us for the previous 2 dives, you'll already know this, but if anyone is new to this, tuning in just for today, we're on a single body that's attached to the ship with a cable.
Yeah, poor Atalanta is just getting
that the ship experiences at the
bounced.
surface is translated down that cable, which is why our camera is moving up and down.
Yeah, Sebastian just pointed out something to me that on the diagram of the bomb hits, and if we are where we think we are, it might be hard to say if the bomb hit did this or subsequent explosions continued the damage further down to these lower decks. We're so low that we might be looking at the engineering spaces at the very bottom of the ship.
Hey Nautilus, do you see some of the curvature there on that combing just in the center of view? I mean, is that possible? It could be part of a shaft, or is it just kind of plating that's been bent over just in that perfect arc?
I think it's hull plating that's bent over into the interior. It seems connected to the exterior.
Got it, great. That was a thought from Frank Thompson at Naval History and Heritage Command.
Mike, the inboard part of this piece looks like it's bent up and back towards us. I can try and get a zoom if we tilt up.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, I think I see what they mean. Kind of.
Full wide.
Guys, I think what we're looking at with the 6 holes in there, John and I think that's the base of the 5-inch sponson, which is a word he's recently taught me. That was one of the supports for one of the gun tubs that would have been higher up from here. Sponson. I hadn't heard that word before.
Sponson.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to chime in real quick and say that this is the highest density of the white anemones we've seen across all 3 wrecks is under this bed.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And it's funny, they're so dense on the underside.
Hey Nautilus.
That is weird.
quick
Usually they
thought
want to
on
get
that,
into the water column.
Just forward of where we are.
So that flange that we're seeing with the bolt pattern, we think might be one of the supports for the port-side artillery mount, probably number 6. And there's a couple of angles were used to bear that up the side of
Sponson
the
is a
funnel.
piece of a hull that
And we think that
overhangs,
we're
sticks
seeing
up.
the very
Oh,
bottom
okay.
section of that, where the
So it's not like specific to that support. It's just a word for a thing that hangs out.
Oh yeah, where the 12.7 centimeter anti-aircraft guns would have been mounted. So we're right at the base, we think, of where that
Thank you, Rick.
stared into the hull.
Roger, thank you, Shoreside. Are we looking at the correct support here in the visual?
Yeah, right, yeah. And you can see how it's fared in below that bracket.
Yes.
You can see in the plans that we're looking at, there's an angle right there above the line where the portholes are.
Yes.
I think the top is sheared off, but it's just that bottom section. I think it's the number 8 artillery mount. I'm sorry, number 6 artillery.
There's still.
Is that a gun?
Oh!
Absolutely. That is the casemate gun. Yep, one of 10 20-centimeter casemate guns carried very low down towards the waterline, remnant of the design of the original battleship hull.
Phil or anyone on the archaeology team, could you explain for us a casemate gun and what makes it different from the others?
Casemates are certainly heavier guns that were lower in the waterline and are remnants from older naval strategies that were used in ship-to-ship combat designed to pierce hulls of other vessels. They were encased, they were protected, they were armored, and they represent often some of the largest armaments of battleships, and in this case, aircraft carriers.
Looks like another intact gun, just...
Right, thank you, Phil. It's clear that, this is designed to be a ship-to-ship weapon rather than the kind of anti-aircraft weapons we were looking at higher up for aircraft carriers, which could often be elevated to 90 degrees.
Yeah, and what makes it casemate is it's mounted on the hull rather than on the deck like it would be for a battleship or destroyer. I wonder, is that another mount for a casemate and we're missing one? I think it is.
Looks to me like roller bearings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where one of the casemate guns was there.
Is that what we're seeing upside down there? No.
No, it's just
right
that's
shape.
the mount where the turret was.
Yeah. I can't really make out if there's another one down there or not.
It's possible.
Do they have a domed top on these semicircles?
Yeah. We don't actually know. I mean, other versions were, of course, but we don't know if either Kaga or Akagi ever actually fired them outside of practice because they were never, they're aircraft carriers. They weren't doing ship-to-ship firing. I think they just kept them here because they're already installed when they were a cruiser and a battleship hull. I don't think they were really ever...
Right.
I don't know. They may not even carry any ammunition for them. I mean, they weren't ever intending to be, and they were never attacking ship to ship.
Yeah, my guess would be they weren't used in the Battle of Midway at all. The vessels never saw each other.
Yeah.
The Nautilus short side.
Yeah.
We have a special guest with us. Would you take a few moments to say hello to Admiral Sam Cox from Navy History and Heritage Commander, the director?
Absolutely. Hi, Admiral Cox. It's good to have you here.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you're doing here. This is absolutely awesome. We had the opportunity to be on Petrel when we found the wasp, but this is just amazing. I think we'll learn things that we didn't know before, and certainly it's an opportunity to get this out to the American public so that they can understand what our Navy has done for them in the past. And also understand the valor and sacrifice, on both sides in battle, which was pretty incredible. So I just want to say thanks for the great job that you're doing.
Thank you so much for saying that, and thanks for coming by and watching.
But if a carrier isn't a gunfight, something is very wrong.
Couldn't agree more. There's important historical and archaeological information here that tells the story and allows us to understand these sites as they change over time, but we're very aware of the nature of this violent conflict that occurred and the loss of life, and are as respectful as we can to honor those who were lost.
These are hallowed sites deserving of the same respect that in the United States we would give to Arlington National Cemetery. These sailors have no headstones at sea, and this is a memorial to their sacrifice and deserves to be treated with the utmost respect on both.
I mentioned it on previous dives, not so much on this one, but these are essentially graveyards.
Having to go to war, and they all did their duty, and we just need to respect that. And I appreciate that you're carrying on in that manner.
Nautilus shoreside.
Yeah, go ahead.
Warhammer 40k tanks are really fun of spawns and
How is that? That's a simple question, but how do you feel now? That's having a wonderful time, I guess.
Original
And
Lexington was supposed to
we're
be
looking at the empty barbette where one of the casemate guns used to be, and we're going to be making our way very slowly along the starboard side towards the bow and documenting the battle damage and the damage from sinking and how it's settled into the mud, and looking for just to see the general condition of this wreck.
Mike and Hans, one of the things that I think would probably be important for you to relay is just what we were talking about, which is the sense that everybody has had on this wreck as well as Akagi and Yorktown.
Well, first of all, this is an incredibly special mission to have the capacity to do. There's a wealth of information here to understand this pivotal battle, but to be honest with you, and I think I speak for some others as well, it's not an easy thing to see these sites, because in a sense, seeing what's happened to these shipwrecks, we're reliving some of the violence of the conflict and the catastrophic engagement that was the Battle of Midway.
It's
and
surreal to see these
I can
ships
tell
on
you
the
for
bottom
myself,
of the ocean.
it brings up a lot of feelings beyond the mission time frame itself. Will take me some time to deal with, frankly. It's very sobering, and we understand we're looking at locations where sailors and airmen lost their lives almost instantaneously sometimes. And so it's important that we honor that and remember that. And the cultural protocols and the staff we have on board to help us understand the larger meaning of this place, Papahanao Mokuakea, is helping me to deal with some of those feelings. So there's a sadness to these sites. They're very striking, and I don't think any of us will ever forget them. That's a good point about the dynamic nature of the maritime battlefield. It is a battlefield nonetheless, but it's an unseen battlefield for the most part, until now, until technology like this.
Oh, I see. The possible torpedo site was actually further left than I thought.
Yeah, but I don't. There was that. I don't know if you want to go that deep into the wreck, do you, or you want to stay more along the edge?
Yeah, let's stay on the edge. So yeah, that looks decent there.
All right, maybe let's do 80 meters at 230.
I think some people
Hey, there it is, right there. That's the torpedo damage.
aren't good at expressing
on the right.
themselves on
Wow.
camera. Maybe.
You guys nailed it.
Well done.
These
Yep.
are memorials and grave sites.
Yep.
These guys do a good job of it. Yeah, everyone
Pretty
has
much the
been
exact
really
spot, Mike.
respectful on these dives.
That's all Derek. That's great.
Jake set me straight on that last bearing. Appreciate that.
That's I was worried we weren't going to find it again. That's awesome.
That's really exceptional navigating, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, is that
We
sediment?
dropped a mark on this spot?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we did. That's right, to get back to it.
So is
Russ
that?
is asking if the deck
Is
is
that-
collapsed beyond that area of damage.
Can't quite
Something
tell right
piercing
now.
the hull?
What we're not seeing is what's below.
Yeah, I thought I saw it collapse forward of this plate. So we'd be forward of midships.
Yeah.
And on the sonar scan from 2019, looking down on it on the starboard side, forward of midships, you can see some large voids, dark spots on top towards the hull, close to where we are right now. Maybe,
I think that's
just
something
maybe, those
piercing the hull.
coincide with the location where we're at.
Okay. My guess is that we're kind of right under where the tower was. Yeah, Russ is saying that at the top of the screen it looks like the deck is collapsed into a V shape, which makes sense if
yeah,
there
they
was
changed
such damage here.
The lighting.
Again, we'll know more when we get a little closer and when we go past, and we can look back the other direction and see the extent of it.
Yeah, could be a little dodgy coming up ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, just from the breadcrumb trail of points we've left as we moved around with the vehicle, it does look like this part of the hull is definitely kind of smashed in from the rest.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
So it might come back out as we move towards the bow.
Yeah.
All right, I think we should probably put in another move.
Yeah, let's, we can almost lateral, but we can move a little bit closer too.
You want to keep that same 265 bearing?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Take a quick peek here while we're hanging out.
Yeah, go for zoom.
This round object bottom right.
So what's interesting is that those lines don't have any anemones on them, like every other line we've seen.
I'm trying to see if there's any vesicles maybe growing on that rope that might be prohibiting them from growing on it.
Yeah.
It's something hanging down in the water column coming up to straight ahead.
It's not sticking up though, it's hanging down.
Thanks, Ed.
I know those anemones like
no,
their view.
You mean like a plate, Ed?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a plate coming off the wreck.
Yep. You get a little glimpse down into that area that would normally be like a bosun's locker.
Yeah, on these particular dives, I don't think there was any collecting
Please
happening.
tell me there were paravanes
It was
on
just
the foredeck.
documenting and
Paravanes?
Did you see
in
any
one
paravanes?
piece, 3D scanning to make a 3D model that could
I was
be
hoping to see them
accessible
in the
to the
plans.
public.
They're there, but
And
they
that
might
wasn't
not
on-
be. They
that
look like
wasn't
kind
on
of torpedoes with wings.
I don't think so.
Sorry, pausing because I do want to share the link and I want to share the clarification that that was not. They didn't make a 3D model of basically a grave site. It was of a scuttled submersible after the war. Nautilus. Their Sketchfab has a lot of really cool stuff. Let me see if I can get it to load up without... Yeah, it's loading this time. I would not mind looking at some of their Sketchfab stuff. Either. Is this all of it? I swear they had 24 models. Let me drop the link. Yeah, this is a really cool thing that they do. The dark makes things... It is, it's a little unsettling. There we go, that's their Sketchfab. Over on YouTube. I'm actually not seeing the scan for the... Oh, here we go. I just clicked it. That was dumb. My rig is gonna explode. But yeah, let me go back here.
Strapped down to the cord up somewhere.
I didn't see him.
I'll try and zoom on right here if I can.
Yep, go for zoom.
Just a discoloration. It's weird. Oh, it's a cover, like a service cover or something.
What is that?
There you go.
No, weird.
It looks like a cover and you would remove to access electronics or
Looks
something.
plastic, which they didn't have.
No, it looks like a
What
water
is a
bottle.
crazy thought? Looks plastic,
Very
which
wide,
they
but
didn't
that
have
oval is
80 years ago.
an access panel.
It's a poignant moment.
Yeah.
It really is. These have been some remarkable and unforgettable and sometimes difficult glimpses of the past.
It's certainly I'm not even sure what the word is, but it's a powerful thing to see how much destruction, can be wrought on something. I think
in a day.
In a day, and I think, this is just a glimpse at some of those moments, and it's important to, study them and remember them because, we're trying to hope that such instances don't have to happen again. And fortunately, the U.S. and Japan have become great allies out of this. That's not how every conflict ends. So, an alliance rose out of the ashes of things that happened 80 years ago, which is nice to see.
Agreed.
Ew.
Ew.
Oh, and I guess that concludes that one. So the other one I wanted to watch with you guys is I just dropped a link to the Sketchfab, and they spent a lot of I want to watch these. But let's look at the one where we actually had Hercules to take like high quality video. Yeah, this one. So this is the 201, the I-201 and the I-401.
And our dive mission today is some initial research on the deterioration of a Japanese submarine that's not been viewed for the last 14 years. We're very interested in taking a look at the deterioration process, what types of an environment this has been able to develop and create for organisms in the area. So what type of ecosystem has been built up around that.
We've been exploring several sunken Japanese submarines. These were submarines that were captured at the end of the war, brought to Pearl Harbor, studied by the Americans, and then intentionally scuttled, actually during practice torpedo runs by U.S. submarines off Oahu.
Well, it's the
Come here. So this was not as deep. I think this was only like a 1,000-ish meters.
By the ship.
As opposed to like
nicely positioned.
5,000?
It looks like the current is blowing from my right to my left, so the fish is lying to me. Just get a feel here for which way the current's blowing. That will help me determine any fishing gear, anything that's tangled up, which way that might be blowing in the breeze. I'll know where to look for it.
There's the prop.
Yep.
The prop and the, that's the rudder.
It looks like that's a little dive plane in the back. So a rudder and a dive plane.
Rudder would be
There was a
vertical,
lot of
dive
coral on
plane,
this.
horizontal. It's a little at an angle, of course, now.
I'm just
Usually
gonna float
coral
up and
grows
have a general
really
look ahead of me
slow.
here before I get close. Make sure there's no entanglement hazards.
That portion up there on the top, I'm not sure what that is yet.
I think the top is the dive plane and the bottom
The dive plane?
is the rudder.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of corals that we briefly got to see. There's one here in frame, but there were plenty more on top of the body of this. This is the most life I've seen on a wreck that so far.
Yeah.
Somebody's commenting that they don't see a lot of corrosion for the duration in water. Could that be because of depth or other reasons?
So what we're seeing here definitely are some fragments of rust, this orange coloration here that we're seeing on the dive plane. But yeah, it's relatively, intact, not falling apart. But it is interesting to note that this dive plane seems to have a lot more concentration of rust than the lower portion that we're seeing here. But we'll continue to observe the condition of this vessel as we explore around it.
Look at this rend in the hull.
Yeah.
Yeah, separation of plate.
That crack
One
right
of the things
there.
they did notice in some of the submarines that the Japanese had a very special technique of riveting that they thought was interesting. Okay, here's a little peek inside.
Battle damage.
I suspect that
So that's the
not
Hercules.
the torpedo hit. I suspect the torpedo hit is what split the bow
Yeah,
from
perhaps a buckling.
So the thing taking
Just
the video
imagine
of
the forces
Hercules is
that were
Atalanta,
required to do
which
that.
is the
Yeah, you
sled
can
that's
see
been
on,
bobbing
you can see on feed
everywhere.
2,
that
the
we've been
rising
watching.
sun flag on the conning tower, and the identification, the I-201.
Absolutely.
So this was the first of a class of these very high speed while submerged submarines that the Japanese were building.
Yeah, we're just behind the bow section.
Yep, that's right.
And can any of our either onshore experts or anyone here tell what are we looking at when we look inside the hull?
Looking at the drawing of the submarine, this should be in the battery compartment.
Okay. And which would be sort of behind the torpedo room, I assume, in the front?
Yeah,
the bow?
It would be behind the torpedo room. And what's in between the batteries and the torpedo room?
It makes
2 meters.
So this video is a lot clearer because we have Atalanta doing
The
lights
hull
and then
of the
Herc
ship's about
actually
19
shooting
meters
video.
across.
Look to your left a little for me now.
As opposed to poor little
Excuse me,
Atalanta
19
just
feet, not
bobbing
19
around
meters.
doing its best.
5.8 meters. And you think about the fact that there were 52 people kind of
wedged.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yep. So I say where I'm going.
They had plenty of length fore and aft to run around, but not much width. So this in the bow section, that would be where the torpedo section
you could
would
just
be.
move it right to Hercules would be good.
Copy.
This submarine carried 10 torpedoes and had 4 torpedo tubes, all in the forward section.
All in the
No
forward.
aft, no aft torpedoes.
So they could not fire any submarines from the stern. Interesting.
So now we're looking at the upper decking. This may explain why Chris had a much more difficult time imaging this side of the sonar of the submarine than the other.
Right.
The smooth metal hull as opposed to this very patchy acoustic target. One of our outside experts, Phil Hartmeyer, is saying wood decking, and there's the Type 95 5mm anti-aircraft gun, or Type 96 25mm. And I think what I read is that they basically just left the Type 96 at 25mm guns. I think there were 2 of these small guns was the only deck gunning that it had. I'm intrigued by the 2 lines connected to the muzzle of the gun.
Right. Wow.
Maybe come up.
Yeah, this
You
was...
see the periscope? Yeah, there's the periscope. Yeah.
Absolutely. There's the periscope.
It had 2 periscopes, one Type 88 Mark III and one Type 88 Mark IV.
Is one higher magnification than the other?
I don't know, but
One would thinner one, I guess, would obviously make a less of a signature.
Hold off on the ship move for a minute, please.
Oh yeah.
There's the view of the...
Oh wow.
Here we go.
There it is. Yeah, on this last path, Jonathan, it was the first time I'd really seen the chrysanthemum clearly.
Yeah, you can see it.
It was part of the
Stream
conning tower.
Avatars is kind of covering it, but yeah,
There it
there we
is.
go.
That is the Japanese eye. There's more slash on the top.
Okay.
I'm gonna look down on you.
Sure. See if I can.
Truly iconic view we're getting right now.
That is great. Are those glass panes?
Yeah, this is Hans. I see that glass. I don't see any navigation lights anywhere else, and I know in their attempt to streamline anything, maybe they could have lights inside the sail behind that nicely fared glass for streamlining, but that's just a guess. I really don't know. And that does look like a radio directional finder on top of the sail, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What's that, Larry? He comments that...
No, he commented about how streamlined and modern-looking the hull shape is, which again, given the speeds it was able to attain, certainly was a lot of thought into that.
Bob, have you seen other Japanese subs or ships underwater, wrecks before?
Lots.
What stands out to you from this one?
Well, it's Guadalcanal. We found quite a number of Japanese destroyers and the battleship Kirishima. Very similar depth as well, and sunk about the same time. I mean, World War II, so very characteristic.
Is this sub more streamlined than some of the others you've seen?
Well, this was a very lately produced submarine, yes.
Concerned about the.
But I haven't seen another. And in Guadalcanal, there were no Japanese submarines.
Oh, that's definitely a torpedo. Look at the prop thing.
Yeah, there's a prop on the left side there.
Great. Now I'm gonna have to do.
Yep, definitely.
We don't need photogrammetry of this.
What this torpedo looks like is if you think a Nerf gun. So you have a Nerf gun where it kind of flares out at the back. At the back end, it has a little propeller. It even looks like it has lines coming down it, and then at the end, so it's very oblong.
So what we're hearing is
shape.
Nerf guns are very accurate.
Alrighty.
That's
Do we got
what
enough
we're
good imagery?
hearing.
I think so.
Nerf darts are very...
Any other targets, Chris? Johan? Alrighty. Let's head up.
All right, now we're starting our ascent. We're at 759 meters.
6-8 wraps are out.
Yeah.
Roger that. Tether wraps look good.
Okay, taking off auto heading.
Copy that.
Auto heading is off.
Driving ahead and coming up, so I can see you. Maybe,
Yesterday we visited a submarine called
So this
the
is the
I-401.
Look to the left
This
a little.
Which
This
is
is
a very special
Blank
submarine
sub.
in that it was designed for very high submerged speeds, and that submarine, in theory, was capable of submerged speeds of up to 19 knots, in practice probably more like 16 knots, but either way, that was remarkable for a submarine submerged in those days, more than twice the speed of a U.S. submarine
This sub
at
had,
the time.
was
Today
also-
we're at almost
also carried aircraft.
more remarkable submarine.
Yeah.
It's called the I-401.
Sorry, my heading is swinging.
And
around
this
wildly.
is a massive, a 400-foot submarine that was built to carry aircraft. It
You're gonna have
carried
to move 10 meters north, Chris.
torpedo bombers
Roger.
in a
Bridge nav, 10
hangar
meters.
that was on its
due
hull.
north.
We don't see the hangar in the wreck. The hangar has fallen off. It is remarkable. It was by far the largest submarine ever built, and remained that way until 1965, when the U.S. built the Benjamin Franklin, which was somewhat larger.
Wow, that is quite some damage. I wonder if that, this whole stern section left on impact, or if that was also maybe implosion damage with the sealed chamber back there.
Keep backing up, Robert, to make sure you get all of the screw and some sand around the screw.
Roger.
Can you wiggle a lateral to the right too, and get the other facets and the angles of that screw?
Okay.
And a little half moon arc, please.
Facets and angles.
Look how bright that metal still is. It almost looks like stainless.
As a metal holding up really well, it says we're being told that these props were manganese bronze.
Manganese bronze?
Yeah.
Wow.
Still shiny.
Looks like a whale.
It's beautiful.
Kristen, it does look like different coral species, huh?
Yeah, it definitely does. Just a few different types, though.
I love the videos with Herc in the shot.
And yeah, it's pretty sparsely populated.
For context,
for the most
Herc
part.
looks like a little puppy. That ROV is the size of like an
plane
SUV.
or whatever it is, or stern plane.
Yeah, Roger.
Structure.
Aren't those the stern guards to protect the dive planes and props when you're near the wharf or pier?
Oh, makes
fairly familiar.
Yeah.
Look how big the prop is compared to the body. I mean, that is a massive prop.
That's a nice image, though.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. It's just extraordinary with the Light of Atalanta also.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
3 torpedoes,
That's a stern hit. Wow. Yeah, that first hit is aft. The second one is roughly midship. That bow had to have broke. That bow didn't get blown off. That bow broke off, I think, as it came up, huh?
Yeah, it could be.
Looking at the footage that Russ. Yeah, no, it's what it looks like. 2 hits, and Mark 18s are a powerful weapon. So, yeah, I mean, this looks to me, thank you, Russ. That hit stern, on the one side, and then the second hit.
So this is, I think, one of 4 of these 140 millimeter guns.
Yeah. Can you also dip down right behind this gun and get some of the detail of that twisted metal down on the deck, right behind the gun?
Roger.
How excited are you right now, Dan?
Pretty excited.
Speechless.
This is in contrast to the 201 yesterday, which had almost no guns on deck because it was just so concerned about making high speed. I think it just had the single 25 millimeter anti-aircraft gun. This one, I think, has more like a submerged speed of 7 knots.
This is a little large 14 centimeter deck gun.
Oh gosh, so Herc was really close.
Yeah. I'm imagining what it would be like to.
Some of these I assumed it was just like using zoom and no.
As I come around the end here.
Now emblazoned with such beauty with these corals. It's really an amazing contrast.
Yeah, these look like a pale pink coral.
It is. Well, time in the deep ocean certainly changes
the videos that were produced after they did the dives.
Tonnage.
So we can see what they stitched them together into.
Capacity of fuel carried.
We're just watching highlights.
1.5 times around the world at 14 knots.
Wow.
They could steam, or I should say, motor 37,500 knots.
Don't do this at home, kids.
And Jim, you said this was the world's largest submarine. I think that was till about 1965 or so when the Benjamin Franklin was built. And that was the first that was larger.
I-401.
Yeah, these remained the biggest.
Huge Japanese submarine.
Yeah, they remained the biggest subs for the longest time.
Yeah, no, this is really cool. And unlike the I-201, which had this seemingly enclosed conning tower, this looks more traditional in terms of an area where people would stand. A bar for them to hold on to.
And to my recollection, Dan, there were no hanging debris or anything.
Roger. I have a 180-degree camera, I can see.
Yeah.
A viewer is saying that the cylinder on the front of the conning tower is the ship's whistle.
Where is the?
It says on the front of the conning tower.
Oh.
Is it that little guy?
Oh, Soken, thank you for the subscription. Let's go.
I guess so.
Oh, you see a nav light too next to the
periscope.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Is that like an RDF or something? The star-shaped antenna deal?
There were, well, that's a good question. We saw yesterday on the 201 something that looked like a RDF too, but that was bent. And this might be one that's not. If I remember reading, there were several radars on the conning tower.
Oh, cool.
They had an anti-aircraft radar and then a more surface ship oriented radar.
Come down a bit and
yes,
give me the rest of it?
Did the bow essentially, just not sink as fast, and then exploded with the currents more than the tail did. There's a bunch of reasons why it could be.
What's that white circle there?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a hatch. That looks like a hatch cover. That looks like the inside of it. The hatch is open,
Come down a bit for me.
It's a good shot of the raised catapult ramp on the forward deck.
And Hans, do you know, was it a steam catapult?
Down another 5.
Gosh darn it! We're having a serious stream right
Part
now.
of that ramp, and so it looks like they were pulling a cable, but I don't know.
Sorry, just come down slow.
Yeah, I do know that they could assemble and launch a Sea-Ran bomber aircraft in maybe 15 minutes once they first.
Yeah, I read that. It's just remarkable. I think the comment was they can get the first 2 planes out in really quickly.
So yeah,
they
this submarine was also an aircraft carrier. It had
ended up
3.
taking them as much as 45 minutes, and that was one of the vulnerabilities. Hans, what do you think this is a piece of?
This may be a part of the
hangar.
The hangar cylinder, but it's not the vertical piece we saw on 05, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, the vertical piece may no longer be vertical too.
Yeah, this is a large cylindrical piece with mounting brackets.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the anti-aircraft guns.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like where? Like directly in front.
A triple 25 millimeter anti-aircraft gun.
So it doesn't look like it's vertical anymore.
Yeah.
It was vertical.
It's not the vertical. The vertical piece had the door.
Ah.
We haven't seen the door.
Okay, we don't see anything from a sonar perspective. There are no other large targets around here.
Yeah, the only other thing that looks kind of interesting is
down there.
Is this guy.
Yeah, that's quite a bit away, but
I mean, it's got well-defined shapes and stuff. So
right, we've got 30 minutes. If we think we can get there, we can go over those other stuff and.
Yeah, you want us to heading that way?
Yep.
All right.
And it had 3 sets of these anti-aircraft guns on it, didn't it? So we should, and we've seen all 3 sets.
Someone did ask that question, and the answer was
It's funny because my notes said that there was only one 25 millimeter gun and 3 of the 140 millimeter deck guns.
Yeah, I think you're right. We've seen all 3 sets of these triple anti-aircraft guns.
Actually, no, I'm a liar. They asked that about the Yorktown guns, so I honestly don't know.
Cylinders, or if it's just part of the main aircraft hangar that collapsed in, folded in under pressure.
Several of the folks out there have said, no, that's a folded hangar. It looks like the hangar imploded.
And all those square boxes scattered across the bottom, too, they look suspiciously uniform, don't they? Those little black boxes?
Yeah, they
What?
I think we have one last
monkfish.
No way.
Zoom in on it right in the middle.
Monkfish sighted. Target locked.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What a way to end the dive.
Go ahead, Minette.
Copy.
Just for you.
Oh
Just for Ale.
Oh my gosh.
Picture.
And with that parting shot.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I'm afraid we have to
boy.
a close.
Oh, that's like the perfect ending to our last dive.
Lasers.
All right,
Yes.
everybody.
Let's measure.
Aw.
Yeah, I think we watched some of this. I don't know if I saw this part.
Moosefish ever.
Aww.
Okay, Dan, I'm sorry to say.
Thank you, Dan.
My pleasure.
Thank you all. That was a spectacular dive.
Aww, that's so amazing.
Yeah,
Perfect way to end.
And I'm afraid this is the last ROV dive for this season. There'll be 2 more legs of Nautilus. There'll be mapping, lots of good mapping coming up. And we're going to go grease the cable now. We're going to
oh my God, that was so amazing.
4,000 meters of cable and inject grease in it to preserve it for the next season.
Alright, cancel. So let me catch up with chat real quick. Sorry, chat. It was just a short video, so I didn't wanna pause it. TK says, fun fact, if you visit Guam, you can dive an IJN wreck from World War II and a German wreck from World War I. The Japanese wreck is sitting on top of the German. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is just highlights. This is just highlights. I wanted to see what they stitched together after all of that filming on the 401. with just making sure to get lots of passes and dramatic shots. TK says, fun fact, the last casualty of the US Civil War died in 2000s. Guy found an unexploded cannonball that exploded when he picked it up. That's a less fun fact. Also, yeah, don't touch unexploded ordnance. Don't do that. There are many horror stories about things that should absolutely not still be explosive. Surprise, they're still explosive. Socket, thank you for the sub. Let's go, enjoy your emotes. Eat the do not eat the cannonball. Do not eat the cannonball. So I think, No. Because we just kind of went through it quickly. I guess let's... These are both good. We didn't spend as much time on the Akagi as we did on the Yorktown, though. So let's... Or wait. No, go back! Yeah, we'll watch this one. Kevin says, I'm amazed that after years of PSAs on not kicking or touching bombs, people still do that. I think sometimes they don't know what it is. I think sometimes they don't know. Happy sub baby. Hi. What? Oh, was it 9 months? Go to jail. But yeah, from September 8th to 12th to 2013. Sorry, not 2013. 2023, a team led by Ocean Exploration Trust aboard the exploration vessel EV Nautilus conducted in-depth archaeological assessments of 3 historically significant aircraft carriers. Sorry, I'm a little eepy. Small amounts of eep. Yeah, so that video
the
of the
Japanese
Akagi.
Navy.
Yeah, there it is.
Chrysanthemum crest the bow, and there it is. You can see it.
Yeah.
Symbols of royalty on warships go back centuries. That is the symbol of an imperial warship. This means this belongs to the emperor. We have confirmed, based on what we're seeing with the direct features visible to us in this initial look, that
so
we
at
are
the
on the
time,
carrier Akagi. What we are seeing
this
is
was the first dive.
battle damage that comes from the loss of Akagi. As we can see, there's a portion of deck which has been flipped up due to the explosive pressures that were built up as the hangar deck burned. We have passed gun tubs that are very specifically tied to the plans of Akagi. Beneath this structure, we are actually seeing the cruiser-styled hull of the vessel as it was originally built and launched before it was modified and turned into a carrier. As we are indeed on the carrier Akagi, let's take a moment of silence, please, to remember the type of site we are on. An important site.
We didn't
great
see
service
that.
and sacrifice and the loss of lives.
This is why I wanted to do
so
highlights.
let us please just take a moment of silence.
The anchor.
We can understand this as Native Hawaiians and the depth and the reverence that we hold for this place and for those who lay in the realm of Kanaloa, the god of the sea. I just wanted to share this Hawaiian proverb, and it says, Lu'ulu'u hanakahi ika ua nui. Weighted down is hanakahi by the heavy rain. And this expression was much used in Hawaiian laments for the dead to express that heaviness of the heart as tears that pour like rain. And so we honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Whether you were American or Japanese, we honor those that lay in the realm of Kanaloa our sacred Aina Akua, and we are in reverence as we view the Akagi.
So this is where Admiral Nagumo and his staff would have been when they were forced to evacuate the fires that were raging there. This is seen some pretty incredible drama. This is where, as we said, this is where the Admiral and his staff had to evacuate by climbing down. The survival of this structure, even in its damaged state, is something we hadn't been expecting. It's rather amazing to see. And even though, it has deteriorated and fallen in, there's still identifiable elements that clearly connect us back to that time.
That's very generous.
Point in the battle.
Jira from YouTube. Can't find sub on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not monetized on YouTube. But thank you. I would heart hands, but there. Thank you.
This is a historic moment. The USS Yorktown has been seen back in 1998, but not nearly like this from what I understand. So getting quite a good look.
Well, this is considered one of the 10 most consequential naval battles in human history. When you think about it, this changed the balance of the Pacific War, and with that, the future of the Pacific.
So this is the Yorktown?
You can see the 5. Yes. It's 5. Yes. Frank just spotted the 5.
Oh, we didn't see that when we were watching it. I probably skipped past it. Sorry, guys.
The end. Right there.
Right in there, yeah.
These were long dives.
There's some I can see.
Which, like I said, is why I wanted to watch the highlights.
Wow, that's so special to be able to see the name.
We have many naval servicemen of all ranks throughout the years. We know this is an important moment in your life and your history and your story as well. We heard earlier that throughout the Navy they celebrate a Midway Day, and this is so important to so many of our viewers around the world, and we thank you guys for being here.
That's an incredible look,
One thing that's different about sea battles compared to land battles is when you go to Gettysburg or Chancellorsville to see the aftermath of those battles. But sea battles, you don't have that opportunity, and you're getting a rare chance to see the relics of the sea battle.
Yeah, it's just the ocean above.
That's really the amazing thing for a vessel that was damaged at the Coral Sea, that had 72 hours to repair at Pearl Harbor, that surprised everyone by making it to the battle at Midway in time, and then being damaged in the battle, putting out those fires and remaining afloat for so long. And in fact, I think the order was to abandon ship, and the Yorktown still didn't sink. So when the Hammond came came alongside, they were bringing on a damage crew and still trying to save the ship.
It was a Yorktown crew legitimately built different.
81 years ago, a lot of pain, a lot of sorrow, and we hope that some healing has since happened to many brave men and women that were involved. And from the study of these sites, a lot of good can come, and we've already seen that with the collaboration, people coming together, people from all kinds of different institutions, nations, all working together to better understanding. Mahalo.
So the Kaga was first, its location confirmed in 2019.
We believe this to be the Imperial Japanese Navy aircraft carrier Kaga. And I was wondering if either Mike or Hans could tell us some of those defining characteristics that would confirm that this is actually the Kaga.
First of all, it was documented in part of it in 1999 and then again in 2019 with ROV dives. But what we're looking at, there's going to be some features like the casemate guns, the bow and the stern, the overall length of the vessel, the location of the tower and the smokestack, but also the level of damage we're seeing here is consistent with its sinking. The other carriers that were sunk were not struck as badly as this one, so just even how low relief it is and the level of damage we're seeing is pretty fair confirmation as to the wreck that we're on.
In the confusion of battle, it's hard for pilots to, always confirm whether they have a hit or a near miss, but ultimately, when putting together all those reports and first-hand evidence, we're looking at, a number of bombs that struck the flight deck. The Kaga was hit early, and there are maybe 500 bombs that struck the deck, and 1,000-pound bomb as well. So multiple direct hits on the flight deck, igniting the fires, damaging the fire suppression system, wreaking havoc. Wow. Really, terrible fires. I think the majority of people who were lost were trapped down in the lower decks by the fires above them in the hangar decks, and that's a terrible fate.
And it's just remarkable to me that it was, less than 40 years earlier, man flew for the first time.
Oh yeah.
This is an incredibly special mission to have the capacity to do. There's a wealth of information here to understand this pivotal battle, but to be honest with you, it's not an easy thing to see these sites because, in a sense, seeing what's happened to these shipwrecks, we're reliving some of the violence of the conflict and the catastrophic engagement that was the Battle of Midway. And I can tell you for myself, it brings up a lot of feelings beyond the mission time frame. It will take me some time to deal with, frankly. It's very sobering, and we understand we're looking at locations where sailors and airmen lost their lives almost instantaneously sometimes. And so it's important that we honor that and remember that. And the cultural protocols and the staff we have on board to help us understand the larger meaning of this place, Papahanao Mokuakea, is helping me to deal with some of those feelings. So there's a sadness to these sites. They're very striking, and I don't think any of us will ever forget them.
Exploration of maritime heritage sites contributes to our understanding of human history and culture and helps ensure that important cultural resources are properly documented. In exploring these historically significant shipwrecks, Ocean Exploration Trust and expedition partners honor the stories of service and sacrifice made by American and Japanese service members and their families. Yeah, sorry chat, I didn't wanna pause video, cause short video. But yeah, Jiro, thank you again. Wow. It's only Ty says most streamers does whatever gets the most views. Giga Chad, boat highlights. It's time for boat highlights. He was saying on the video how like it's difficult to verify hits, and there was so much going on. Kaven says what he's saying politely is that pilots on both sides made up so much of their kills. But yeah, I guess both sides sunk dozens and dozens of battleships each month. Yeah. It's actually pretty normal pre-modern tech. I know ships like the Marblehead was sunk at least 3 times by the IJN. Apparently 5 damaged Euro was apparently 5 damaged USN carriers at Coral Sea. Yeah, I think someone mentioned, I think it might have been the Enterprise? I'm probably wrong. But there was a ship that the Japanese just started calling the Grey Ghost because they would sink it. Wow, air quotes does not work with sink it. And then it would like show up at the next battle. But yeah, thank you, Jiro. It was the Enterprise. Okay, yeah. So I imagine there was at the time a lot of difficulty with figuring out like what was going on. I know I said that I would make us whole and play a little bit of Dead Space, but I'm actually really I would only have 30 minutes for Dead Space. How fast can we Dead Space? With only 30 minutes left, I'm kind of inclined to just The very same thing American infantry reported every German tank is a Tiger, and the commanders were so confused as to how exactly the enemy had hundreds upon hundreds of those relatively rare tanks. Like, guys, were they really? I'm trying to think of... We could just watch one or two more short videos to just kind of wrap things up. Oh, I just saw that they did a like intro to the 2003 season. Do we have one for the 2004 season? That would be cool. No? 2003 season highlights, but nothing for 2004 yet. What is this one? Dode.
I can do
No.
freehand.
I think we got good looks at it earlier.
Okay.
It seems like it was put there to make it look like a stack.
Oh, this is
No,
from
I'd say
2011,
you wouldn't put that
remastered.
much metal that high, because it's instability. It's there because it has to be there. Well, I know, but it didn't roll.
So
it being on its side.
482.5
yep,
on the depth.
So Steve, it's looking like a 10-meter pass would be comfortable.
Oh, look at that fish.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go grab Gabrielle.
Okay, yeah, I believe so.
having
And
an archive channel and not
And don't
organizing your
forget
material
that
by
target.
date.
Yeah, I think
Almost
the
historian.
superstructure's further to the right.
And don't forget some Hollywood shots.
We go in just slightly.
Some geographic moments.
That's
Then go look at 3 targets and we get 3 ancient shipwrecks. It's a pretty good day. Yeah.
Because we'll get a good look at that in
the
the
ship's
multi
continuing
as well.
towards the bar. I'm gonna
Yeah.
Yeah,
is that a wheel in the
We
middle?
go all the way in.
Oh, yeah, is that?
Yeah, it's a wheel.
Down to the right?
Sorts. Can you pan a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
See, they were just floating over
wow.
Mary, can you route the Argus view to starboard bio box just for a moment?
There you go. That's lovely. Look at that. You gotta love it.
Well,
Forward.
now I need to look up what ship this is. I just
Now
clicked it because it caught my
investigate.
attention.
Sweep a little more. So you're illuminating it. Rise up a smidgen to illuminate the top. And you'll see it in your camera when you do that. So rise up. That is pretty slick. You're capturing it. Are you frame grabbing that?
Oh, there's the...
Thank you, ma'am.
There's Hercules. Friends will tease him mercilessly. I just remembered there was a thing I wanted to do, but I'm not sure if I can get... I'm not sure if I can get my rig to cooperate. I wanted to look at the sketch fab that they made. But it's not loading. Open a new tab? Oh! Oh, this is just the deck gun. Do they have one for the larger... Okay, so we on an earlier date, I think Tuesday or something, we were looking at the I-401, which was a submarine that was also an aircraft carrier, and they spent a lot of time like going back and forth over it, making scans. So this is the scan on Sketchfab. I was hoping it would be more of the sub than just the gun. But that's crazy. That's honestly really cool. And I guess Sketchfab has a thing, you can't see it because my fat head's in the way. Hold on. You can view an AR if you have a like 3D setup. You can just spawn this deck gun in your living room, which is the coolest thing. Oh. 3D scanning tech really opens... It does! It opens up so many possibilities! I'm pretty sure they were taking scans of more than just this, so I'd be curious to see if more things are uploaded. Oh, this was published a whole 7 months ago, so we might not get more. Sad. Let me full screen that while I look at stuff in another window. Let me see if there's anything super cool that jumps out. Man, Sketchfab as a website sometimes just decides to not. It hates me. Now you want to open in that window. Stinky. Yeah, my rig is super unhappy right now. I'm really pushing my luck. Okay, I'm not seeing any other. I'm not seeing any other like cool dive scans. Duck, 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 duck! Oh no! 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 Oh my gosh! Why? Orange! Is the pie still stuck to me? Okay, no, it despawned. Okay. Orange, you're stinky. Okay, sorry. Yeah, it looks like that's probably it. There's some like columnar basalt, but there's no cool. I mean, like, here's the Hercules. I think this is cool. Oh my gosh, could I AR spawn the Herc? Oh no, I can't. Only VR. Just AR spawn Herc. Okay. If nothing else to spend this money on. Yeah, I'm sorry. A lot of my redeems are still nerfed because, again, adjusting to multi-streaming. I want to make sure that the video quality is good, and I can't do that if there's an extra program running. I'm sorry. I'll get everything consolidated into one, like, redeem program. And hopefully get some new redeems going as well. Oh yeah, my rig is not happy about this. My rig is not happy about me having like three 3D models and like 5 browsers. Yeah, rip stream incoming. It should be settling out now. Although I should end. Did multi-streaming is working really well. I've stopped streaming to Kick because I was just seeing nothing there. I felt like it wasn't quite worth the load for the returns. I might try streaming a third place, but right now with just Twitch and YouTube is going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Twitch hasn't yelled at me yet. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to do this. But yeah, I'm getting to meet lots of new people. Hello. Okay, so I think we are going to stop stream here. It's a little early for me to stop, but we've hit 5 hours. And I need to do some IRL stuff, get ready for stream tomorrow. So on Twitch, we're gonna raid. Unfortunately on YouTube, the stream is just going to kind of end. Please go support your favorite creators. Where the heck am I going? There's a paleontologist I like to raid on Twitch, but I don't think our schedules line up for me to raid them anymore. Oh gosh, there's some really good people on Twitch to raid. You know what? We're gonna raid Ooze Lab, Oo to Uo. They're also a science streamer. Yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming in. What are they doing today? Building a device that violently vibrates my desk when getting a dono. Hashtag, sorry, exclamation bits, exclamation sell out. Alright, that's about right. Yeah. I try to go from science stream to science stream. Ooh is a fun poster, but they also do very legitimate science content, so we'll head over there. Everyone, thank you again so much for coming to hang out. If you're watching the VOD later, hello, thank you. My brain is super fried, I'm so sorry. And yeah, I guess I will see everyone later. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll try to get a schedule up, and I'll try to actually stick to the schedule. But goodbye for now. We are heading into BRB. Or not BRB. Ending soon. That one. Goodbye for now, everybody. Bye!